Hi guys, I have a special announcement. Like many people, I lost my job due to COVID. Because of that, I have experienced financial hardship. This has become my full-time job, only it doesn't pay right now. Because of this, I am requesting payment for future episodes. I chose not to just foist this upon you because I appreciate my audience. The good news is that all I will be asking is $1 per episode that will be paid through the Human Monsters page of the official website of leaderonestudios.com, with the link being www.leaderonestudios.com/podcasts. I have been unable to get sponsorship due to the dark and graphic nature of the content. This move will also ensure that the show remains ad-free. There will be other benefits as well. I can afford to record the show in a professional recording studio, and I'll also hire a sound designer to finish the editing process, thereby improving the sound quality as well. In addition to all that, without having to get a regular job, I can commit more time to producing the show, and I can deliver more episodes at the rate of one a week. If $1 an episode sounds a little steep, consider this. Most forms of entertainment, whether they be streaming services, video games, internet, television, or other media services, they charge far more than $4 a month. $1 is roughly the amount you pay for a song on iTunes, but the median length of a song is 5 minutes. Most episodes of the Human Monsters podcast provide an hour or more of entertainment, in some cases over 3 hours. This is not motivated by greed. I'm just a guy who's trying to earn a living at a time when jobs are very hard to come by due to COVID-related regulations. I'm creating a poll at the Human Monsters Facebook page. If paying $1 an episode receives an overwhelming amount of no votes, I won't charge. It's just that so many hours go into producing every episode. Stretch that dollar out over all those hours, and you don't even get sweatshop wages. Patreon wants me to charge more, but that's because they get a cut of all the action. I'll keep it at $1 to be paid at my website. So go to Facebook and type into the search engine Human Monsters Podcast. Please vote in the poll. If I get the green light, future episodes will be made available to you at my website. All past episodes will still be available for free and on the same platforms. I will notify everyone of the new episodes on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. With this change to availability, you win and I win. Thank you for listening.
Why do you seem so scared? All I wanted to do was play with you. Please come and play with me. I am so lonely. You're not afraid of the dark, are you? Don't be afraid. Come with me. I will show you where I play hide and seek. Do you want to play hide and seek? You hide, and I'll find you.
There's a facet of Asian culture that factors into this episode extensively. It is tiger parenting. Tiger parents are very strict and demanding. They pressure their children to achieve high levels of academic achievement. They also emphasize extracurricular activities that involve a great deal of self-discipline and hard work, like learning a musical instrument. This form of parenting received a great deal of attention in the Western world following the publication of a memoir called Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mother by Amy Chua in 2011. She was raised by tiger parents and employed their child-rearing techniques while raising her own children. Though these parenting methods are usually successful in ensuring that the child is academically successful and thereby prepared scholastically to enter university and train for a prosperous career, critics argue that it takes a psychological toll that is highly damaging. With a relentless pressure to excel at school with little to no praise and encouragement, many of these children are made to feel like failures when they do not rise to their parents' expectations. It can get even worse, leading to anxiety, low self-esteem, depression, and thoughts of suicide. The use of physical abuse in some tiger parent households compounds these feelings. Asia has some of the highest rates of suicide in the world, and much of it is considered to be a consequence of tiger parenting. In this culture, the father chooses his children's careers, regardless of their personal feelings on the matter. Jennifer Pan was raised by tiger parents. She and her brother faced the same pressures as other children raised in this style. Her brother Felix was notified by his father Han that he was to become an engineer. Case closed. His mother Bick did not contradict his father on this issue. Jennifer Pan is a rare example of a girl who exacted revenge against her parents in retaliation for their parenting style. Jennifer was not only pressured to succeed academically, but she was expected to outperform her peers in figure skating and to master the piano starting at the age of 4. She was not allowed to have boyfriends, and her social life was severely curtailed. Though her parents' intentions were benign, with only their children's future success as the desired result, the outcome of Jennifer's reaction, as you will find out, was horrific. The following is a transcript of a 911 call that was placed on November 8th, 2010. Operator: 911, do you require? Caller: help me, please. I need help. I don't know where my parents are. Operator: ma'am, calm down. What's going on? Caller: some people just broke into our house and they just stole all our money. I just heard shots. Pops, I'm tied upstairs. I had my hands tied behind my back. I had my cell phone in my pocket. Please come. Help. Operator: what did they look like? Caller: I'm not sure. The guy who was with me, he was a male. One of them had a hoodie. They had most of the lights off before they left. I think he was black. I'm not sure. They didn't hurt me. They had guns, and they were holding me at gunpoint. They took my parents downstairs, and I heard pops. All they said was, "You're not cooperating." The 911 operator heard someone howl in the background. Caller: Dad? I'm calling 911. I'm okay. Operator: do you hear your mom anywhere downstairs? Caller: I don't hear her anymore. Later in the call. Caller: I don't know what's happening. I'm tied upstairs. I think my dad went outside. He's screaming. My hands are tied, but I had my cell phone in my pocket. Please, can you hurry up? I can hear my father screaming. I don't know what's going on. He made an ah sound, and he ran outside. Can you stay with me? The caller, a young woman, then starts weeping. Operator: take a deep breath, okay? We have lots of help on the way. Caller: I'm wiggling loose, but I'm scared to go anywhere. They didn't hurt me. They had a gun to my back, but they took my parents downstairs, and I heard pops. All they said was, "You are not cooperating." Operator: did they sound like gunshots? Caller: I don't know, I just heard pops. Operator: what's your name? Caller: my name is Jennifer. Jennifer begged the operator to stay on the phone with her, pending the police's arrival. A few minutes later, sirens and loud shouting could be heard once the police arrived. 3 officers jumped out of their cruisers and got an eyeful of the scene. 2 men, one partially dressed and disheveled, are in the driveway of 240 Helen Avenue in Markham, Ontario, Canada, a suburb of Toronto. A neighbor named Peter Chung stood beside Han Pan, worried. Han was screaming about pain in his face in broken English. His clothes were soaked in blood. Constable Mike Stesko approaches Han and tries to get a grasp of what Han is trying to tell him. He surmises that armed intruders robbed the home based on Han's words and pantomime. Hahn conveyed that they shot him and his wife and left his daughter Jennifer in the house. Constable Mason Baines arrives. He follows a trail of blood droplets leading to the front door. He walked through the door and heard the voice of a panicked female. He calls out to her. She tells him she's upstairs. She tells him she is okay, but that something is wrong with her mother. Her mother is in the basement. She has been shot. Baines followed the trail of blood, accompanied by Stesko and another officer, Brian Derrick. Mike Stesko's first impression of the scene. Everything in the house seemed to be where it should be. Obviously, we've done home invasions in the past where the house had been ransacked. But in this case, nothing was out of place. Nothing taken. Once the three officers arrived in the basement, they recoiled at what they saw. The body of Bick Ha Pan was lying on the floor in front of a sectional leather couch. Stesko described the scene in detail. There was a lot of blood. It was a real dark, sort of thick-colored blood. It wasn't like the trail we followed down. Light sort of splatter. It was thicker. It was by her head, and then she had a blue towel over her head. Though it was safe to assume she was unresponsive, Stesko speaks to her. No response. Baines checked her pulse. There was none. There were 2 shots to her neck and back. Derrick observed that her legs were discolored in pale shades of gray. 4 paramedics rushed in moments later and flipped over Bick's body. They tried in vain to revive her. It was little more than a formality at that point. Stesko told Derrick to go upstairs to deal with the young woman. Derrick went up with his gun drawn. After all, none of the officers had been upstairs, so they didn't know if the perpetrators were still there. He proceeded with caution. As he approached Jennifer, he put his gun in his holster. She told him she wasn't sure whether or not the assailants were gone. Derrick gripped his pistol and raised it, poised for whatever and whoever awaited him upstairs. He cleared all the rooms. The master bedroom has been torn apart. The mattress was flipped. Some of the drawers of a dresser were ransacked and tossed aside, broken and empty, the contents of which littered the floor. After determining that no intruders remained, Derrick returned to Jennifer. Her ankles are to her side. Her bound wrists were able to move away from the banister to a length of 8 inches. Her wrists were bound with bootlace. Derrick got a pair of scissors from her bedroom and cut her free. She is still panicked. He does what he can to soothe her. Once she is freed, he ushered her out to the front door in short order. He noticed that there was no redness or bruising on her wrists. Seeing her shiver, he puts his coat on her and refers her to the paramedics. He informs them he is concerned she may have been sexually assaulted by the intruders. Paramedics attended to Hahn's injuries as he was placed on a stretcher and loaded into an ambulance. While Jennifer is receiving treatment, she yells to Hahn, "Daddy, are you okay?" They were the last words Hahn heard before the doors of the ambulance was shut and he was taken to hospital. On the way to the hospital, Jennifer asks Officer Derrick about the condition of each of her parents. Derrick informs her that her mother has died. He asks her what she can remember from the incident. She says not much. There were 3 men, one smaller in stature to the others, and one had dreadlocks. She said it was too dark in the house to get a detailed description. She said the only light she recalls was when the thieves opened the refrigerator as they searched for Bick's purse. When Jennifer entered Markham Stouffville Hospital, she was soon informed of the severity of Hahn's injuries. Many of the staff seemed to be surprised he survived at all. Hahn wasn't able to speak as doctors struggled to keep him alive. He was placed into an induced coma. The gravity of the situation began to kick in. She was likely to face a new life without her mother and possibly without her father as well, and received some anti-anxiety medication to calm her nerves. Constable Derrick stood guard nearby. November 9th, 1:31 a.m. Jennifer Pan is released back into Constable Derek's custody. Before they got into his cruiser, her cell phone was seized. After all, a murder investigation has just begun. The police needed every shred of evidence they could get. 2:45 a.m. It is 4 hours after the double homicide attempt at her family's home. Han is only clinging to life. Jennifer was taken to an interview room at the Markham police station. There she will be questioned by a York Regional Police detective. Here are some highlights from the actual audio recording of the interview that was conducted at that time.
Now I want you to sort of take yourself back to earlier on today, yesterday, meaning the 8th of November, and tell me about your day. Okay, start at any point in time, wherever you feel comfortable, and then we're gonna move forward. Okay.
Yesterday, probably around 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:30. My mother, she woke me up and she told me that she was going to visit my grandfather, who was ill, and that she was going to go over pick up my aunt to go. Once we stepped out of the house, there were a few police officers barricading the driveway, and so she called me down, and when I came down, the officers just said that there was like a gas leak in the area, and they were just as precaution evacuating. And before we could walk over to a safer place, they said that the evacuation had been moved to somewhere else, that it was safe to go back home. With that, my mom decided for me to stay home, and because I have some piano history stuff that I'm working on. So I was doing that on the computer, played a little piano. I forget what time my mom came home, probably around like 3:30. My father came home later than usual. He said that he had forgot to lock a toolbox and had to turn back, but I'm not exactly sure. He just was home later than usual.
Okay.
And once he came home, he phoned up my uncle and asked him to go to buy a USB pen, I think, just to go shopping with him because my uncle doesn't drive. They left, so my mom had prepared dinner because she was heading to go dancing that night, line dancing. She does it every Monday, and so her and I sat down for dinner first, and then after my father came home, he did that, and then a friend of mine came over. We do TV night every so often. So my dad, I guess, went up on the computer as he always does, and I was downstairs with my friend watching movies, and my mom was out dancing. My friend left around 9, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And then I upstairs in my room, called it a night with the TV on, talking on the phone with a friend of mine. And then shortly after, my mom came home. I believe that was around 9:30 or so. She was rummaging downstairs. I didn't think anything of it. And then suddenly I just heard my mom calling for my dad to come down. And that's when I lowered the volume on my TV. And I could hear the voices weren't any voices I was very familiar with. And so I was scared and I couldn't move. I just sat in my room for a while. And then I thought I heard them all leave the top floor, and I peered out of my bedroom door. And a guy was there, and he came at me and had string in his hands and tied my arms back and said, "I have a gun behind your back. Do what I say. If you do what I say, then no one will get hurt. Where is the money? Show me where your money is." I have still a bit of money put aside from when I was waitressing, cash. So I showed him where it was, and he took it and put it in his pocket, I think. And then that's where they pushed me to my parents' room. and asked me where the money was there, and I didn't really know. So they kind of like, one was right beside me, blocking my way to the door, while the other ones turned over the bed to find some more cash in my mom's bedside table. In which then they dragged me down the stairs and made me kneel at the bottom, telling me to face down on the floor while the other guy had a gun behind my head, and asked my mom where her purse was. My mom kept trying to get up, and they kept telling her to sit down, and so I didn't want her to get hurt, so I told her, "Mom, sit down." They were trying to find her wallet, but her English isn't good, so she kept saying purse. They kept pushing her down onto the chair.
Okay. Take your time. Take your time. All this is very important, so take your time.
They kept all the lights off on the main floor. The only time there was light was when they opened the fridge door to see if they could find where my mom's purse was. At that point, I saw 3 figures of men. One with a hoodie, like the one I could see the most clearly, he had a hoodie on, and I believe he had a bandana of some sort covering from like his lower, under his eyes down. And then, for some reason, I think one of the gentlemen asked my father if he had money in his wallet and where his wallet was. So they took me, because I was next to the stairwell, they took me up the stairs to show them where my father's wallet was. But I didn't know. They had turned the room upside down. I didn't know where his pants were at that time. And then, after they had gotten that, they had taken me and they tied me to the top of the banister. Just with one string, I could still move, but I was afraid to because the one guy just had that gun. Just next thing I know, I think I heard my parents going down the stairs, and my mom was asking them for me to come with them. They wouldn't let me come with them. After they said, the last thing I heard them say was, you lied to us, you lied to us." And then I heard 2 pops. My mom screamed. I yelled out for her. And a couple more pops.
Take your time. Take your time.
And I think I heard my mom say or moan or something, and then they did one more before they left, and then one of the guys said, "We have to go now, it's been too long." And then they ran out the door, and I think once they were out the door, I heard my dad go up the stairs, and at that point, I had my phone on me, behind me, that I had hidden there that they didn't know about. So when I thought that they had heard them all leave, and my dad ran up the stairs, I whipped up the phone and I called 911. But I still hadn't heard anything from my mom, and all I could hear was my dad running on the street, just moaning and making sounds. And that's pretty much what I've...
So what happens? Continue on from now to the point that the police arrive.
I was just on the phone with the secretary or the operator. I begged her not to leave me alone, and that my dad was outside. I was yelling at him, but he wouldn't come in. I don't know if he didn't hear me, didn't come in. I think he went to go look for help. And I didn't get to see my dad at all until before I left the hospital just now.
How did you get free?
The cop came and he snipped the two strings off for me. I was asking them for so long, and and they said they couldn't untie me until they knew how to properly untie the string.
Okay. So we've gone through a very tough portion, and now we're sort of going to go back clinically. Try and I want you to put yourself now as a figure looking down at what you see. Okay. So you go back. You're up in your room at 9:30. Correct?
Like 9:30.
You're on the phone. Who are you on the phone with?
With a friend of mine, an old coworker.
An old coworker. Are you on the phone with that person when you hear these voices that you don't recognize?
Yes.
And do you remain on the phone with this person, or when does that conversation end?
It ended when I heard my mother asking my father to come down the stairs. And normally they don't communicate very well sometimes. So what I did was I told my friend, I'll call you back. And I hung up, stuck the phone in the back pocket, and started to go up the door. And that's when I noticed that there were men running around.
Okay, so let's back up again. When you hear your mom come, do you hear your mom in the house?
She was in the house. I had gone down the stairs.
Did you hear, so before this is when did you hear your mom for the first time in the house?
When she came home.
And what time was that?
9:15.
Is there a time period, and where's your father at that time?
He's just finishing on the computer, I think, and he was heading to bed.
So did you physically see your mom?
Yes.
And at that time there was no one strange in the house?
No, she was on the downstairs sofa. She was watching TV when I last saw her.
Okay. Where is so between that time that you see her and you leave her on the sofa until you hear the noises, the strange, the voices as you describe them, how long is that?
Maybe a half hour.
A half an hour? So 9:15, you see your mom down on the downstairs couch, and you see your dad. He's at the
computer.
And where is the computer located?
Upstairs, right beside his room.
Right
He's in a separate room beside his room.
Okay. And you're going to bed. You're going up to your room to watch TV and turn down for the night.
Yeah.
And then approximately, again, how long later that you hear these voices?
My mom had to be home for maybe 20 minutes. Don't really have that window. I think around maybe 9:40.
9:40? Okay. Estimates is fine. Yeah, I'm not expecting to hold you down to times because we can probably get that from who you were speaking to, right? Because how long after you end the conversation with the person do you hear the voices?
They're already in the house.
So you end the conversation because you hear the voices. You'll call the person back.
Yeah, because I heard my dad and then I heard some strange voices is when I was like, I'll call you back.
And who was it that you were speaking to?
A coworker of mine.
And what's that name?
Ed. Edward.
Edward, you know Edward's last name?
Pacific Door.
Okay. So, what is it that you hear that causes your father to go downstairs?
My mother calling for him.
And what is she speaking in English or is she speaking in another language?
She was speaking in English, which is why it also caught my attention.
What language does she normally speak?
At home we speak a mix of Vietnamese is most fluent, but we do throw some Chinese words here and there.
Okay.
Or English words here and there.
But the vast majority of it is Vietnamese?
Vietnamese.
What is the first, when you hear can you hear them talking downstairs, the unknown voices?
It's all a mumble.
It's a mumble?
Because I had the TV on, it was just all a mumble.
When's the first time that you actually can hear one of them talking?
When he was upstairs, and I thought he had left the upstairs, because I was frozen in my room for a while.
Yep.
Trying to listen in, but I couldn't hear over my TV, and I didn't want to startle them by turning it off or diminishing the volume. So I was kind of pressed up against my door for a while trying to hear it. And I thought that all the people upstairs had gone down, so I opened up my door quietly and tried to peer out, and he saw me. And that's when he came.
Did you have lights on in your room at that time?
My lights were off. I only had the reflection off my TV, which is lower to the door.
What do you see of this guy? And I'm calling him a guy because you said you thought they were all males.
I think they were all 3 males.
Okay, so tell me about this guy.
He was medium build.
Okay.
I don't remember any of his clothing, unfortunately. The only thing I can remember was he had dreadlocks.
He had dreadlocks. So can you describe his race to me?
He was black.
Was his head covered? Was his face covered? Do you remember anything about that?
Just that his dreadlocks were kind of flopping all over the place. I couldn't really see his face, and they kept the lights dark as much as possible.
How long were the dreadlocks? Were they like when you say they're dreadlocks and they were flopping all over his face?
It's hard. I don't remember 100%. I think some of them were around his face were a little shorter, and then in the back there were longer ones.
Okay. Now his complexion, there's various degrees of dark to medium dark to actually light.
I'd say I wouldn't say he was the darkest person I've seen, but he was on the darker side.
Any facial hair?
I'd like to say maybe.
Say only what you can think.
Sure.
Just say what you think. I don't want you to say what you're.
But I don't want to say something wrong.
Exactly. So if you don't know, then it's okay to say. It's okay to say that. Okay. So, can you give an age approximation for this guy?
Well, when the other officer asked me, I was leaning along the ages of 28 to 33.
So, and someone who's established in life.
I would assume so.
Like not established meaning world, meaning that he's been around. So, a 20-year-old talks completely different than a 30-year-old, as you know.
He seemed to be the one in charge.
He seemed to be running the show.
He's the one that had me. He pretty much did not let me go. He was in charge of me, and all the money I showed him, he pocketed.
Okay. Did he have a gun?
Yes.
Did you see the gun?
I only saw the top part of the gun.
What did it look like?
It was black.
Yeah.
And it kind of, not triangular, but it was slightly wider at the end than it was closer.
Do you know the difference between what a pistol and a revolver is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if it was a pistol or a revolver?
That particular one that he was holding, I believe, should have been a pistol.
A pistol. Okay.
Because the difference is the round part, right?
So you tell me what's a pistol and what's a revolver. Which one has the round part?
I would think that the revolver has the ones that the bullets go around.
Okay.
And it didn't look like that. It looked more like a handgun.
So it looked more like a pistol.
Yes.
What you're saying, not a revolver.
No. The other gentleman, though.
We'll go to the other gentleman. We'll go this in stages so that we're not dealing. We'll call this guy number one, because you're saying that he seemed to be running the show. He was in control.
From my perspective, yes.
He was in control of you.
Yes.
Is this the gentleman? Is this the guy who tied you up?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to
he was the one that tied my wrist together. He wasn't the one that tied me to the banister.
Okay. So where did he get the shoelaces? Or whatever the laces were, or whatever it was that tied you up?
I'm not sure. It might have been from my mother's room or the study room, or because my mom has a sewing table next to her bed.
So when you open the door, where is this guy?
He was just stepping out of my brother's, what formula would be my brother's room.
So he's already on the upstairs?
Yeah.
Do you know where the other guys involved in this are?
I know one stayed with my parents downstairs.
Okay.
The other one, I'm not, at that point in time, I was more focused on him, he was seeing me and he was coming after me.
So you're saying there's 3 for sure?
Yeah.
That's all? You saw a total of 3 at one time? You saw 3 people
Yes.
together?
Yes, when I went downstairs, I
Okay.
saw 3 shadows.
Okay, so this number 1 guy, and we're calling him number 1 because he was the one who tied you up, and he's the first one that you actually are confronted by. And he comes out of your brother's room, or what was formerly your brother's room, and he comes into your room. And what happens in there?
He tells me to sit down,
And
and he shows me his gun.
So it's not pointing at you, but you see
Not
it.
yet.
And where is it?
It's like in a holster almost.
Okay.
And then he showed it to me, and he's like, "Don't move." And then someone else brought him the shoelace.
Okay, can you describe the other person who brings the shoelace?
He was the second person and the only other person that I encountered with.
Okay.
I only saw the third guy, but he didn't encounter with me at all.
Okay.
He had a hoodie and like a bandana over his face.
Yeah.
His complexion, and it was really dark, but I could tell that he was darker than the first guy,
So he's a male black as well,
but thinner build.
but thinner build. So we got a medium build, thin build, and what about the height? Where are we in height scales? How tall are you?
5'7".
So where are they in comparison to you?
I'd say one was pretty much right around my height level.
And which guy is that?
The medium build.
The first guy you encounter who shows you the gun,
Yeah.
and eventually ties your wrists together. He's about your height, so he's somewhere in the area of 6 to 5'8", 5'6" to 7.
7, I'd say.
Okay.
And the other guy, I'd say around 5'8", maybe a smidget higher, lower than 8.
So he's taller than you, but not much.
Not much.
Okay. Now the first guy who spoke to you, did he have any accent? Was
None
it
that
clear?
I could make out.
Was it clear English?
English.
Unbroken?
Unbroken.
No accent?
From the terms he used, I didn't get to pick up an accent, no. He used short phrases.
He sounded Canadian.
I would say, yes, he was born here.
He was born here. Okay. So number 2 guy you see with the bandana, and he's got a darker complexion, and he's thinner,
Yes.
and he's about 5'8",
With a hoodie.
with a hoodie. Is it black hoodie, or what color is it?
Again, it was all really dark,
Yeah.
so I'm assuming he was wearing black.
What about the bandana? Can you see a color on the bandana?
It was very dark as well.
Okay. Anything distinguishing about his eyes?
I didn't look straight into his eyes, no.
Any other portions of clothing that you recognized?
No, unfortunately.
Okay, how about this guy's language? Did he speak to
He
you?
didn't speak at all.
Nothing.
He just nodded.
He nodded. Who seemed to be giving the directions?
Number 1.
First guy you encountered seemed to be telling everyone what to do? From what you can tell. Okay, so now they're both upstairs with you. Where are your parents?
They're in the living room.
They're in the living room. And now what happens?
They take me downstairs.
Have they tied you now?
Yeah, the number 1 has tied me,
Okay.
and now they're taking me down the stairs.
Describe first how he's tied you.
He grabbed my arm, and he pulled it to the back and said, "Give me your other arm as well."
Okay.
And then I was trying to make a wide X so that I could later loosen if I needed it to, but he had pulled really, really tight. And
Okay.
I guess he felt my flinch, and that's when he quickly tied the second knot, I think. I don't exactly know. All I know is I flinched, and then it got tighter.
So you were bound behind you.
Behind me, yes.
Okay. And then you're taken downstairs. Tell me what happens down there.
They sit me right at the bottom of the stairs, slightly out, not exactly directly at the bottom of the stairwell, but just slightly over a little. And the third guy, who I didn't encounter, but he was there, he was like, "Where's your money? Cooperate with us." And then my mom's yelling, and "Don't hurt us," and my money's in my wallet, just please leave my paperwork.
This third guy who you're now describing, do you see him ever? Only as a shadow?
Because there's a wall, a
Okay.
partial wall, and he was right in that vision, over my father, but partially in that vision.
describe his voice to me.
It had a slight, just a very, very slight accent.
Do you recognize the accent?
I can't definitively say which accent it was.
So
it was more like a Guyanese or Jamaican accent.
Okay. So it's an island accent. It's not what you'd call. It's not an Asian accent.
No.
It's not like a Western European German or anything like this. This is something you recognize as being South Asian or Caribbean.
Caribbean, yeah.
Caribbean. Okay. When the guy upstairs, number one guy, who we described as our number one guy with the dreadlocks, or with the dreadlocks, right? When he shows you the gun, do you see anything on his hands?
Gloves.
He's wearing gloves?
Number one was wearing gloves.
What about anyone else? The other guy, the second guy?
I don't remember. He must have been, but I can't 100% say. All I saw was that number one had gloves in his hands.
Do you recognize or can you describe the type of gloves he had in his hands?
Leather gloves.
Leather gloves? Okay, so they're not like surgical gloves?
They're not surgical gloves. They weren't like our skating gloves or like wool gloves. I'm pretty sure they were leather gloves.
Leather gloves. Okay. So now you're downstairs. You're sitting in the stairs?
They told me to sit at the bottom of the stairs.
Are you on the floor or on the
floor?
On the floor. Your parents are in the living room?
Yes.
How many people are with you and how many people are with your parents?
One with me, the guy in the corner with my parents, and the third guy kind of
going between?
Going between. Where's the purse? Sit down. Where's the purse? Sit down.
He's the guy who you describe as the thinner build, medium, and he was upstairs with you. Okay. Where do you go? What happens from this point? Now you're down on the stairs and there's a guy going between. There's two, obviously your parents in the living room. You're on the floor.
They're looking for my mother's wallet. But she can't, she's...
Take a deep breath. Best way to do this, the best way for you to on these parts in here, is to pull yourself out and be like you're an observer in this. Okay, it's not going to help you through or heal you through, but it's going to help you try and remember components, and it neutralizes what your mom said. You just are now you're echoing what your mom is saying to these people. Okay.
After a bit, she had realized that she didn't carry a purse. She had just gone home from dancing, so her wallet would be in the bag, and that's where the money would be. And while that guy's searching for her and telling her to sit back down, the one behind the wall was asking my father if he had money in his wallet. And my dad said yes. And they asked how much. I think I heard my dad say $60. And then the one that was with me was signaled, and he said, "Come here, go show us where it is." He had a lower tone.
Who's that? Who?
Number one.
Number one. A lower voice?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is, and you say the reason 28 to 30-ish, 33 is why? Why do you hear that as being the age of this person that you're dealing with, that he's...
It's just the way he, like, his muscular tone. I don't know how exactly to say this, but he wasn't like built like muscular like a young man.
What about the second guy you hear when you? How old do you think he would be in?
I didn't hear his voice. I didn't get to see much of his face.
Okay, so you don't know.
But if I had to guess, I'd say younger than that number one though.
Okay, so they take you. You're now there, and they're wanting to go to this wallet.
Yes. So they're now telling me, like, dragging me by my sweater, get up, show us where it is.
Okay.
And one kept me at the door while one was inside looking.
When you looked inside that bedroom, had it been, you said it was tossed, had it already been tossed? So they were in, so the room had been tossed prior to you opening the door to see?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's when I figured out what was happening, and it kind of froze. So I heard them moving stuff around. And
How long do you think that they were in, that you heard between the time? I guess it's tough in the freeze time, but how long do you hear it and then moving around before you're confronted by one of them?
Less than 5.
Less than 5 minutes? Okay.
Then it just
Time's all over the place. I understand that. It's your estimation. It's about 5 minutes, maybe. Okay, so you're now upstairs, and who's inside the room looking for this wallet?
in
Your dad's,
I'm guessing number 2, because by the time I was found, number 2 wasn't on the first floor. He had gone back down.
Oh, no. I mean when you're back up,
Back.
when you're now back upstairs and they're looking for your dad's wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Who's with you and who's turning the room?
Number 1 has me.
Okay.
And number 2 is the one looking and flipping, and where is it here? Is it over there? And number 1 keeps saying, time, we're running out of time. Faster, it's taking too long.
Okay. How long is he in that room for?
Maybe just a few minutes, a few moments.
Okay.
Not that long.
Do they find what they're looking for?
I don't remember.
Okay. What happens next?
He decides to tie me down to the banister.
Okay.
That he didn't want to take me downstairs anymore.
So you're now tied to the banister?
Yep, he calls for Cuzzy.
So
He's like, get Cuzzy to give me that string I just gave him.
And who is he talking to?
Number 2.
So he says to number 2, tell Cuzzy to get me that string. Do you hear any other names during this whole time? Cuzzy.
Just Cuzzy.
It's Cuzzy. Okay. So now what happens?
They tied my arm to the banister.
Did number 2 go downstairs?
Yes.
He followed the directions?
Yes.
And he comes back upstairs with the string?
Yes.
And you get tied to the banister?
Yes.
Okay. Continue.
And the next thing I can hear are them telling my parents to move to the basement.
Okay.
And I'm asking them, why? Where are you going? And my mom's yelling to me, I want my daughter. Why can't my daughter come too? I want my daughter.
Who goes down to the basement? Can you see that from where you're sitting?
My back is towards the wall.
Do you hear anyone else in the main level? Where your parents were? Like you can hear, if people are trucking down the stairs, you hear your parents going down the stairs. Do you hear like 5 sets of footsteps going down there, or can't you hear that?
I was just such a distress. I don't exactly know how many people went down.
Okay. Did you ever see a gun on anyone else?
Because number 2 and number 3, as we'll call them.
Number 3 is the unknown guy who you just hear, who we hear is Cuzzy,
Mm-hmm.
and you hear him with a slight island Caribbean accent. Okay.
Yes. One of those 2, like they suggest very similar, like very thin build.
You saw number 3? You can describe.
Like just briefly, like through the reflection from the lamppost on the street.
Yeah.
Through my through the sheer
curtains.
Yeah. I just saw briefly he was quite thin build.
Another thin build guy.
Yeah.
Similar to number 2.
Yes.
And what about the gun? Did you see another gun?
I saw the tip of his gun because he had pointed it out at my father, and that one was a revolver. Like it had the rotating.
You saw the cylinder.
Yeah.
The rotating cylinder portion of the gun.
Yeah.
You saw that.
Yeah.
Okay. And what color was the gun?
I was quite a bit away.
Okay. And how did you see how did you see this? Did you see it as a silhouette, or did you actually physically see the gun?
I was on the floor kneeling when he was asking my father for his wallet.
Yes.
He had pointed it out, and I was told to keep my head down, but I kind of
looked up
like peripheral here, and then I saw that.
So what portion of the gun are you seeing? If you're seeing, are you seeing him holding with the handle and the revolver? Because the cylinder portion sticks right.
Yeah, like right close by here.
Can you see him wearing gloves, or can you see him?
Honestly, the lights were all out on that side of the house.
Okay. But in your estimation, it's a revolver because of what you...
I saw what it looked like.
Okay. You see nothing else about his clothing or anything else that he's wearing?
Unfortunately, I wish I could have, but...
No, that's all. We just have to make sure that that we understand. So you're now when you're tied to the banister, right, and your parents are now going down to the basement, do you hear or see anyone else upstairs while that's happening? Or
no
down?
one came back upstairs for me.
No one came back upstairs for you. Okay.
All
Can you hear the voices down, other than your parents? Can you hear their voices down there?
All I could hear was, "This is taking too long."
Who's saying that? Whose voice is that? You hear all three voices. You can distinguish them. Whose do you hear saying this is taking too long? Because it was said to you upstairs, right? Who said that to you upstairs? Who was saying that upstairs? This is taking number one. Is that the same voice that you hear saying it downstairs?
Yes. The only two of them voiced. Number 3 and number 1 voiced up.
Voiced up.
Yeah.
Who do you hear yelling, "You lied to us," or to that extent? Number 3.
I'm assuming it's to my father, because he was the one asking for the wallet.
Now, your mum with her wallet. Would your mum? Do you know if your mum had gone to the bank after her dance class or after she had finished?
She just went to the bank a few days ago.
Okay. What type of car does your mum drive? And first off, did your mum drive tonight? What type of car does your mum drive? Alexis.
ES300.
And she drove tonight?
Yes.
Okay. So now you hear this commotion downstairs. You said you heard 2 pops. And you heard who scream?
My mom.
Your mum. And what was she screaming? Do you remember?
I couldn't make it out. It was kind of like a cry yell, so it was just...
Okay. Are they still talking? Do you hear them talking?
I was focused on my mom. And
No, I understand. I'm only going to ask questions that I can try and tweak your memory for, okay? So you hear the 2 pop noise, you hear your mum screaming, or crying, or screaming, or yelling, and then you hear some more.
I hear you.
Do you know how many more you heard?
There was a set. I don't want to say this wrong.
Say it what you think and what you believe. So you're not, whatever you say isn't going to be wrong.
Something for sure is, I don't know if it was 1 and then what I'm going to tell you and then 1,
Yeah.
or if it was 2 and then what they said I'm going to tell you and then another 1. Basically, they had made the first round, or pop, and they had said, "Okay, that's enough. Let's go."
Who said that? Whose voice is that?
Number 1.
Okay.
And then I heard 1 more after that. And they were like, "That's enough. Let's go."
Okay. And again, that's number 1.
Yes.
Do you hear 3's voice at all?
Not at that. After he had pretty much said, "You..." After he said that you lied to us, you just had to cooperate. And then they shot him, and that's the last time I heard of 3.
Okay. So, how many shots, not putting it in sequence, how many shots do you think you hear in total?
5?
5? Then what happens?
And then...
Talk about
just
them
all
first.
You're scrambling.
Okay.
They're scrambling.
Can you see the front door from where you are? No? Okay. Did you ever hear how they got into the house? Doorbell ring,
No.
kick door, nothing like that?
I don't remember how they got in. I don't even know how they got in.
Okay. You hear scrambling noises. Do
Are you talking about right now?
Right at this point in time. So we're back to the time they're leaving, okay? Or you hear the scrambling noise, and I'm only assuming they leave because they're not there when we get there. Do you know which way they go out? You can't hear that.
I'm pretty sure it was the front door,
Yeah.
but I'm not 100%. I didn't get to see anything. Like, my arms were behind my back, and I was against the banister.
Yep.
And the banister is twisted, so I can't see the front door.
Now you hear your dad.
Yep.
Right? And what's going on? So what do you hear next? After you hear the scrambling, they're gone. Because you're hearing no more. I gather that's how you assume they're gone, is because you don't hear it. Then you hear your dad.
I reached for my phone at that point.
And you call 911. Okay? And then what happens after you're on?
I heard my dad go out, and I don't know if they damaged his throat or...
How did you hear your dad? So this is the kind of importance, because did he go out the front door? How did you know he went out the front door?
Because I heard him open the door.
Did you hear that door open when these guys were scrambling to leave?
There was just so much thudding.
Is your house got an alarm system?
Yes.
Do you know the alarm system when the front door goes off and there's that chirping?
We don't have that chirping.
No?
No.
Is your house alarmed at night when you guys go to bed?
Before the last person goes up to bed, they will alarm it.
But prior to that, it doesn't get alarmed? Okay. So you hear when your father exits, you hear the door open because you hear your dog, and then
I can hear like the outside noises.
Okay.
Like the wind coming in, and I just hear my dad. I think he's.
You think that he's sustained some kind of injury because he's not. You can't understand what he's saying. Okay. What about can you hear your mom? Okay. Where does your dad go? Do you know where? You never see your dad again until when we're at the hospital. I think that's what you said, right?
I saw him when he was on the gurney, but the officers walked me around, so he really didn't.
Okay, so now you're upstairs and you're on the phone with the 911 operator. Okay. Do you remain on the phone until the police arrived? And the officer is the one who gets you free?
He first had to secure the place.
Yes.
It took me a while to get somebody upstairs.
Okay. And
just kept screaming.
Okay.
And I guess they went into my bedroom, and I have a pair of scissors that I cut my hair with.
Yes.
And they said that they cut it for me, but it was still a while longer until after they cut the string so that I could be free.
Do you understand that of the importance to clear what they were doing? It wasn't to leave you in any kind of trauma or anything like that.
I understand. It's just...
It's a very tough question considering all the things that you've gone through tonight, Jennifer, is any of the tying up, any of the binding, any of the things, were you sexually assaulted in any way? It wasn't that. This was strictly, they were after money.
From what I saw, they were after money. They wanted it now.
How much money did you turn over to them?
From my personal, I had about $2,500.
$2,500? And where was that?
Roughly.
And where was that?
In my nightstand underneath the TV.
Okay. And that was from work that you had done?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living now? What are you doing right now? I heard you were saying about piano. Are you in school?
I recently lost all my students in piano. I had a few for a while, but they've gone on to university. That's why as of September I didn't have any more students.
So you were a piano instructor?
Yes, out of my home.
Okay.
Just for family, friends, here and there. Also, my family needed me home for a while, and I was doing some piano classes with a very good teacher of mine.
Okay.
And I'm going back to school in January.
To
study biotechnology engineering.
Okay. Your parents, are they known to keep large quantities of cash in their house? Do they have a large quantity of cash in their bank?
I wouldn't say that it was large enough to raise flags. It's enough to pay bills.
Okay.
My mom's very diligent on making sure just enough.
Just enough. So she wouldn't carry around a lot of cash, is what you're saying.
We did just come back from vacation, so we did have not a large sum, but a sum that we didn't spend over in the States.
And when did you go away on vacation?
It was the weekend. My cousin got married on 10/10/10.
Okay. And where did you go?
We went over to Buffalo.
That's where the wedding was in Buffalo?
Well, just within Buffalo. Yeah.
Within the area of Buffalo. And when you say that you came back with a quantity of cash, how much money are we talking about?
At least $1,100 in U.S. funds that my mom was going to go to the bank and put it in immediately, but family circumstances that we've been dealing with when we got back.
So what are those family circumstances that you were dealing with when you came back?
Well, my mom's sister was in town for the weddings, and then my mom, the weekend after that wedding, we took her to Montreal for like one last visit before she went home to the UK to her son.
Okay.
And then, honestly, I think probably like a day or two after that, my grandfather fell really ill, and he went to the hospital, and my mom and I were the two main people, because my uncle doesn't drive, so we were the ones driving in and out all the time.
So is this your mom's father? Okay. So that $1,100, did it get taken tonight?
I believe so.
And where would that have been?
In my mom's bedside table.
And you said you saw them. Did they go into that bedside table? And was that the second time that when they were upstairs and they were looking for your father's wallet?
While they're looking for my father's wallet, they flipped the bed off, and they're like, "Oh, you missed that drawer." Like number one told number two, "You missed the drawer." So number one was the one that leaned over and pulled it open.
Okay, you guys are inside the bedroom?
I was just at the doorway of the bedroom.
Okay, so where in relation to this bedroom, and where is this?
Very tight space.
Okay, so he could stay with you and still reach around and grab this and open this drawer, and that's where they found.
Well, he kind of pulled me with one hand closer.
Yeah. As
he leaned over, but it was close enough that you could maneuver.
Okay, and so they grabbed that American money.
Yes.
You see it go?
I saw him fold it and put it in his pocket.
Okay, and did that seem to agitate them? Did you see any change in behavior after that?
They're like, there has to be more.
Who's saying that?
Number one.
They're saying there has to be more. Do they look anywhere else? Are they looking anywhere else?
Not besides my mother's wallet still and my dad's wallet. I don't even know if they got it. But those two things that they wanted to see. Whatever happened down in the basement, I tried to hear as much as I could, but it was too many people, and we have really creaky floors, so it's...
When they're in that room, inside the bedroom, and now, is it lit any better? So it's still all in darkness? So you still can't see if number two has got gloves on or not?
No, they had, like, something blind me. Like, number one, when we first got in the room, the light was on. And he's like, hold on. And he grabbed, I don't remember what he grabbed, jacket or sleeve or something, and he kind of, like, shielded me with it. And that's when he took my glasses and he, like, tossed them.
So he took your glasses off? Okay. How did you get your glasses back?
I asked the officer.
Okay. And how bad are your eyes with your glasses off?
Degree-wise, I'm about high 4, I think 475 and 525.
Okay, so you have, with your glasses off, it's difficult for you to see things, right?
I can see shapes, but no definition.
But prior to all of this, you had your glasses on?
Yes.
So when you described the gun, and you described the dreadlocks, and you described number two, what about when you saw the revolver? Did you have your glasses on at that point in time?
Yes.
So all of these observations are made with your glasses. It's not until you're tied upstairs, they're
Right before they tied me to the banister. Like when we went up the stairs the second time.
Okay, and who ties you to the banister?
I'm not sure if number 2 helped number 1, but it was behind me. I'm not sure who did the tying.
But number 2 goes downstairs to get the string
Yes.
to tie you up.
And brings it up.
And brings it up. From this cuz.
Cuz.
And you're sure it's cuz, like cousin, cuz.
I'm assuming.
No, I'm not saying that that's what it is, but it's on that line of cuz.
Yes, go tell cuz.
Okay. And again, that's number 1 who's saying this. Is there any reason to suspect or anything that's happened in the recent weeks leading up that would have you guys be a target of some type of incident like this?
You live a straightforward, kind of almost routine life.
Where is your brother right now?
He's right now he's here.
But does he live with you guys?
In the summertime, he goes back in September, normally end of August, goes back to school.
Okay.
Moves out there.
What school is he at?
McMaster's.
And what year is he in?
3rd year, I believe.
3rd year of what type of program?
Engineering.
Engineering. So there's nothing. There's no. It's because of important, you know. Like, there are places where there's illegal gambling going on, where people think there's large quantities of money. What, in your opinion, would cause people to target your house to think there was a large quantity of money?
I'm not sure.
Now, you say your mom drives a Lexus.
It could be because of the aesthetics, yes.
What about your dad?
He drives a Mercedes and he loves that baby.
Is that right? So your mom drives a Lexus, your dad drives a Mercedes. The area you live in, you know, what's the square footage of your house? Do you have any idea?
2,100.
2,100. And the only thing that happened tonight, that happens every Monday night, is your mom goes to dance.
Yeah.
And you think it's at St. Paul's? And that would have been in the Birch Mountain Finch area?
Yes.
Southwest corner.
Yes.
She goes there at what time?
She leaves the house at 7, picks up her friend on right off of Kennedy.
Yes.
And I believe she starts at 7:30 to about 9, and then she's usually home around 9:30.
Usually home around 9:30. And so nothing was any different tonight other than the fact that she may have been home a little bit earlier than that. Is that right? I think you said 9:15.
No, my father after work. That was the only difference.
Your father being late because
coming home
after work. And what time did he arrive home?
Sorry, we still haven't updated all our clocks on the daylight savings, but I think around 4:30 or so. Normally he'll be home by 10 to 4.
Okay, so 4:30. And does he leave? Does he go out for the rest of the night, or is he in?
Well, he came home, and then...
Oh, he went with his...
My uncle. Yeah, he went with my uncle. I don't know where they went. All I know is that he came back with a heat vent. I don't know. He bought something for the heat.
Okay.
He said he doesn't like how the draft comes up. He likes it to be focused.
Oh, so it's like a heat deflector.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the
floor seating, the heating elements on the floor. Okay. Yeah. The registers. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and what time does he get back?
I had finished eating. He probably got back around 6:15.
6 or 6:15. Does he go out again?
No.
Is he on the computer for? What does he do?
Dinner. He ate dinner first.
What does he do on the computer?
He reads Vietnamese news and Vietnamese soaps, I guess.
And your mother, do you believe, comes home at 9:30, like normal?
Around that time, more or less. There's nothing unusual about her time of coming home.
And it's 10 to 15 minutes later that you hear the noises? You hear the different voices?
I'd say. Okay. Maybe a little later. It could be closer to... It could have been 45.
Is there any way of finding out for sure where your mom, where this place was that they did dancing tonight?
I believe my cousin might have gone with her.
Okay. It might be very important for us to find out exactly where she was, where this was tonight.
Okay.
You just sit tight for a minute, okay, and think about anything else that you can that might help us in this. We've gone through a lot of the details, and I just want to talk. I just want to talk to the officer who's monitoring it, and I also want to talk to the lead investigator just to see if there's anything else I need to ask you about. You've explained the scissors, which were found upstairs in the area. They were used that you would cut your hair, but an officer came and brought them to you to cut you free. Okay, is that correct? Okay. Did you ever go down into the basement? No.
Well,
and where did you go
I
once?
went to the basement earlier in the night when I was with my friend watching movies.
No. I mean...
during that?
During the time. And who was over watching movies with you? What's her name?
Oh, his name, Adrian.
Adrian, and Adrian's last name?
Tinkovitz.
Tinkovitz. And where does Adrian live?
He lives on Birch Mount. No. Sorry, Brimley. Brimley and Finch.
Brimley and Finch. Okay, and how long have you known Adrian for?
More than 10, 15 years.
So this is a kind of a regular occurrence for you guys?
Yep. We meet up once a week, if not once a month, depending on how busy our lives are.
Yeah.
And we sit and we watch our usual shows.
Okay. And so that's what happened tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And what time did Adrian leave at?
9.
At 9?
10 to 9, 9 o'clock.
Okay. And Edward is who you were on the phone with?
Yes.
Okay, until you got off the phone because of the noises. Did you tell Edward what was going on?
No, I basically just told him, I gotta go, I'll call you later.
Okay. Do you know what show you were watching when this was going on? What you had on the TV?
Sorry, multitasking. I was watching Gossip Girl, and then I was watching Kate Plus 8.
Kate Plus 8. It's just the time, what we're doing is to time stamp things, right? Not only the phone and whatever else. Now, as part of the investigation, we have your cell phone right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to ask you if you would consent to your phone records to help us on the investigation, and that will, again, that's part of the time stamping of things, you know, of who you were on the phone with, who you're talking to, and when this happened.
I just don't, I talk to people on the phone, but I don't really want them to know what's happening with my...
The unfortunate thing is that probably Edward and Adrian are people who were probably going to be interviewed because they were in the house and they were on the phone with you. So as much, and I'm telling you that the media is going to be around this case, and that's that, you know, like, we have no control over what they say and what they do. My only advice to you is don't read the papers and turn the TVs off. Right? They may not. It may come and go and very quietly disappear because something else pops onto their radar. But, you know, home invasion type robbery where someone is murdered can become very big news, and people wear this stuff. You know, they hang on it. So for the next 5 to 7 days, I would say that tell your friends and your family, it's of no value for you to be listening to the news or reading about this stuff. Okay? Because it's just going to upset you even more than what you feel right now. So just bear with me for a minute, okay? I'm going to go and it may be a little bit longer than a minute. I'm just going to go and talk to the officer who's monitoring it to see if there's any clarification questions, and also the guy who's investigating it, if there's something else, when I brief him, if there's something else I should be asking you about, okay? And we're very close to being done. Okay, sorry, have a seat. We got just a couple more questions. We're going to give your phone back to you, okay? And your brother is just being interviewed next door.
Oh, yes, you've interviewed too.
Yeah, well, just because you never know, right? Any other fringe stuff that comes up, it's just more of an administration. But obviously, the relevant people to be interviewed, in my opinion, right now, are who your mom was with right after, like when she went to this line dancing or this dancing. So we can clarify where it was, and, you know,
like, I'm 90% sure that it's there.
Okay. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that could she have drawn them here from where she was because of the type of car she's driving and where she's driving to. It's very possible. It's something that we obviously have to explore. So how am I going to find out who she was with tonight?
I don't have her number at home.
Is there a way on your
My
phone?
uncle,
Can you use your phone to find out who the people she was with tonight?
I could ask phone one of my uncles and ask them for that girl's number.
Okay.
It's one of his nieces.
I'm going to ask you to do that, okay, if you can do that for us. Who are you with? What phone service are you with?
Rogers.
With Rogers? Okay. We're going to prepare a consent for you for the phone records. And then I'm going to give your phone back. I'm going to ask you to call this uncle so that we can find out where she went, who she was with, and where she went tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Because we need to obviously find out, confirm where it was, and confirm who she was where and if there was any problems. Okay? The cars, how many cars? Yes? Oh, thank you. Thanks. You want to check to make sure that's your phone?
Yeah.
Are you the owner of that phone? Are you the on the plan? Is it under your name? Okay.
I just asked them to put 2 initials on because I just like caller ID when I call in. It's not my name.
It's not your name, but it's still your phone, and you use this,
and
right?
I pay it. And
Okay. What's your cellular phone number?
647 965 2118.
Because these things come in batches, I'm just going to extend the time period. Just because I give it from the 1st to the 9th, because they may even give us more time. It's just the way that the information comes off of their reading, okay? But I'll explain that to you. I'm sorry, your mom's first name?
B-I-C-H, separate word.
B-I-C-H, separate word.
H-A.
H-A. Pan?
My question is, how far deep into this will I look for my phone? Just like comment, like regular phone calls to people, just stuff like that?
Really, it's just the time stamping of the we're putting 9 days down because it may come back to you that, I spoke to him, and it may be able for us to be able to identify people that we may need to go back and interview. The interest of us is obviously tonight between 9 and 10, right? But we're just asking for this. We're not asking for months and months and months. It's 9 days that we're asking for. And generally it's because we may come back to you and say, okay, we want to interview this person. And you go, I don't know where they live, but I spoke to them. Or we got the phone records, is this the same person? And we'll have their address, at least what is registered to their phone. So it's the only reason we're asking for a 9-day period.
Okay.
No, investigatively, it's not of no real significant value other than today, right?
It's only because sometimes I phone, like teachers and stuff like
No,
that.
we're not going to go back and interview all those people. That's not our intention, right? So I need you to fill out this portion for me. So owner, subscriber, it's the same person as this. So it's you and you, your address, the telephone number, and today's date, and then your signature. And what it is before we go into it, this is all being recorded again. So it's just that you consent to giving us the records for cell phone number 647-965-2118. And you consent to allow the York Regional Police to access the phone records of the said cellular phone company authorized Rogers for the following: billing records, incoming and outgoing numbers dialed, registered owner information including credit and payment history. This is really how we link phones to people, how we confirm that it's your phone, and the tower site location if requested for the above mentioned times and dates. And towers now become, where I just dropped that. Towers become relevant in this case because of where you are when the phone call comes in on today's date, right? Is that it firms your story to saying that I was in my room when the calls came in, and that will show up on the tower site information. That's the relevance of the tower site information. It also may turn out that maybe during this time period you were targeted and you were in an area, and this it enables us to go back and try and look for cameras and other things through the towers. I'm not saying it's going to happen in your case, but it's why we ask for tower sites, right? Tower sites always show, when you're on the phone, they show you where you are when you're on the phone making calls. And that the above-mentioned records are to be released to the York Regional Police for the purposes of an investigation of murder of your mum, and for the time period as stated, November 1st to November 9th. This is the part of the consent. I am voluntarily giving consent, and I know that you don't have to. You don't have to do this. This is you volunteering to do this. You may withdraw your consent at any time. I understand that these records may be used as evidence against me and may become any part of a criminal proceeding. Now, if you were lying on this, as a part of this whole process that I explained, telling us fictitious information, it comes back. Now the records can also be used against you. If you're telling the truth, really, point 3, it means nothing, okay? But we have to let you know by law that we could use these against you if you're lying to us.
The detectives investigating the case wondered if Bick Ha and Han had connections to organized crime, particularly with interests connected to gambling and narcotics. They soon discovered that this was unlikely. The couple were typical hard-working and law-abiding middle-class Canadian parents. Still, something didn't seem right. The notion that the attackers targeted them for money and expensive material items didn't seem to warrant the brute violence that was visited upon them. After all, if they did get caught, wouldn't it be better to be charged with break and entering and theft than to also be charged with a double homicide? Home invasions that take place at houses that are indiscriminately chosen by the offenders are not the norm. Usually the criminals would not want to waste time in a home that would not offer the kinds of dividends they are seeking. The home is usually targeted because of first-hand knowledge of how exactly they would profit. This motive is present in 99% of such cases. They want to hear that there is a safe, full cash, jewelry, money in a mattress, or expensive cars. Also, the intruders would prefer that the house be empty to ensure that the authorities are not alerted to their presence. If anybody in Markham had ties to the criminal underworld, they were well hidden. It is a safe community, with crime being a rarity among those who simply wish to raise their families in peace and quiet. A police inquiry produced 2 different reactions from the officers involved. Some found Jennifer's explanation suspicious. The rest didn't think she was capable of committing any kind of crime. She came across as too pristine to involve herself with something as grisly as homicide. Detective Alan Cook had his doubts about Jennifer Penn at the very beginning. To quote Cook, "I knew it was an inside job. I always thought she was part of it. You don't break into a house, shoot, and kill 2 people and then leave a witness tied up. I mean, they tied her up. It's not like she hid from them. She's tied up, but other people are subject to being shot, yet not this person. Why not?" He went into the countless reasons why random home invasions are so uncommon. Someone might be home when you don't expect it. They might have no money. They might have a gun. It goes against everything we know. It just doesn't make sense. Another hole in the argument that the intruders were only looking for money and material goods was the fact that both Bick's and Han's luxury cars, a Lexus and a Mercedes, remained in the driveway. Such high-end vehicles would have guaranteed a large payday on the black market. Another point worth making, germane to this argument, is that cash was found in both Bick and Han's wallets after the suspects fled the scene. Bick had $240 on her person. Han had $60. A typical burglar would not leave without checking every possible source of cash. And then another suspicious finding was that there were no signs of forced entry. The front door was unlocked. Descriptions of the suspects were released to the media, and they were based on Jennifer's account. 3 suspects were indicated and described as follows. Number 1, male, black, 28 to 33 years old, 5 feet 7 inches tall, with a medium build. Number 2, male, black, 31 years old, 5 feet 8 inches tall, with a thin build, wearing a dark hood and a bandana over his face. Number 3, male, thin build, with a Caribbean accent. Hahn was taken to Sunnybrook Hospital in Toronto, which hosts one of Canada's top-rated trauma centers. Jennifer and other relatives gathered in Hahn's room to be at his side. A doctor entered at one point and filled them in on Hahn's condition. One bullet entered Hahn's face and migrated downward, shattering his neck bone and finally lodging itself in his neck. He said there were still bullet fragments in his face, but luckily the bullet missed a vital artery, that artery being the source of oxygenated blood for the brain and head. Despite all that, it looked like he would survive. His relatives were relieved. Jennifer asked him if the bullet in Hahn's neck could cause an infection. The doctor said it would not. Police took to the Pan family's neighborhood. They were about to canvass 400 homes to ask neighbors if they ever observed anything they might consider to be a cause for concern regarding the Pans. Before darkening a single door, they received a knock on their command post vehicle and received a valuable tip that would become their first big break in the case. A young man who was not identified told the officers that a man named Daniel Wong, Jennifer Pan's boyfriend, is a drug dealer and that Jennifer frequently acted as courier for him. A check of police records revealed that Daniel Wong had a history of drug convictions in Toronto. November 10th, 4 p.m. Daniel Wong entered a Markham police station and is seated in the interrogation room. He was interviewed by Detective Robert Milligan. Daniel described the nature of his relationship with Jennifer. He said they dated for 7 years and that it was kept a secret from her parents. Jennifer's parents were so strict they did not allow her to date boys, even in adulthood. To quote Daniel, "She was a figure skater and she also played piano. That's why in high school she really had no time for a relationship. It would be early morning skating, and then school, and then piano or skating again after school. Her parents pretty much drove her to the path where there was no time for a relationship." Not only did Jennifer lie to her parents when she told them she was single, but she fabricated an entire fictitious life she told them she was living. She told them she was attending university and working as a pharmacist. In reality, she worked as a waitress at East Side Mario's and later at Boston Pizza, where Daniel was working. 3 days a week, Jennifer spent the night at Daniel's family's home, which was located in the town of Ajax, east of Toronto. Jennifer told her parents she was living with Topaz, her best friend, in an apartment in downtown Toronto. She added extra reassurance by saying this gave her extra time to study, given the location's proximity to the campus. Daniel and Jennifer contemplated marrying, but he was too afraid of such a commitment at the time. Prompted for further comment, he said, "There were times when I started to get serious about her, but I knew in the back of my mind. We've been together for 7 years and I haven't formally sat down and met her parents or just eaten dinner with them or anything like that. The only thing has been, 'Hi, how are you?' I couldn't call her house looking for her. I'd have to always call her cell phone. I don't want to call because then they might yell at me." Bick and Hahn found out about the relationship and were very displeased. Jennifer tried to placate them by telling them Daniel graduated university with an engineering degree. They were aware that he was working at Boston Pizza. To quote Daniel, they were like, Oh, why did he finish engineering and just work at Boston Pizza? Why doesn't he go make $60,000 or $70,000 being an engineer? He didn't make enough money at Boston Pizza to support a family, and this was unacceptable to Jennifer's parents. They also disapproved of his ethnic makeup. He is half Filipino, half Chinese. The lies Jennifer built up in her parents' minds came crashing down like a house of cards. Daniel outlined the consequences she faced from her parents. We were planning to stay together, but there was a big issue with her and her parents. They basically said, choose us or him. When she stopped seeing me and quit all her jobs and went home, basically choosing her family, they pulled everything from her. Jennifer's laptop, money, and cell phones were confiscated. To quote Daniel, when stuff hit the fan, they said, you're not allowed to work there, you're not allowed to work, period. So obviously I said go with your parents, try to work it out, and we'll see what happens. Afterward, her parents didn't let her out of the house. She was a prisoner. It was hard. Daniel and Jennifer became estranged since their relationship was whittled down to little more than an occasional phone call made in secret. Daniel didn't have much to divulge about Bick and Han in terms of what they were like as human beings, since he never had occasion to observe them in more intimate circumstances. He did disclose some details that Jennifer related to him. From what she's been telling me, they never slept in the same bed. Her mother often slept in the basement, and her father slept in the room upstairs. They'd often get into fights. What it seemed like was her father took everything for granted, and her mother worked for everything. November 11th, 9:43 a.m. Jennifer Pan sits for her second interview at the Markham Police Station. Here are some highlights from that interview. Note the inconsistencies in Jennifer's statements and her struggle to address them. We also learn more about her relationship with her parents.
All I could see was that he had pushed her back onto the couch, and
Who pushed her?
Number 2.
Okay.
He was pushing her back onto the couch, and she kept saying, "Where's my purse? Where's my purse?" And the guy kept telling her to sit down, and I didn't want my mom to get hurt.
How many times does she get up and get pushed back down?
I'd say she got up twice. And then they told her. The first time she stepped back and sat down, but the second time she was pushed back onto the couch.
This is only by number 2?
Yes, because number 1 was standing behind me.
Is he saying anything during this process?
He keeps uttering that we have to hurry up. It's taking too long. And at that point, he kept saying, "Hurry up. It's taking too long."
Is there any other demands from either 2 or 3 or
2.
1 about wallet or purse? Is there any other?
2 was the one talking to my father, asking about his wallet. And number 1, and he kept saying, "Where's the rest of the money?" And "Where's the purse?" was coming from number 1.
Number 1?
Yes.
Behind you?
Yes.
I thought.
But number 2 didn't speak.
Okay, well, you just said number 2 is the one who's making demands of.
No, he's the one looking.
Okay.
He's the one looking.
So number 2, as we're stepping back to, because I don't want to confuse this thing. I want to slow it
I'm
down.
sorry.
No. Don't be sorry. We're just going to slow it down. Okay, you're getting agitated and you're anxious. So we're going to slow things down again, because it's very important in this area, right? As you had said, that number 2 talks to your mom and says, "Where's your purse?"
Okay.
and pushes her down. So now you said that number 2
Yes.
didn't speak. So let's clarify that.
Okay. What I meant was number 1 had asked her where her purse was, and she was mumbling, "Where's my purse?" And number 2 was the one that pushed her.
So your number 1 is talking to your mom from behind you.
Yes.
Okay. Where's your purse? Where's your purse?
Yes.
She gets up, and number 2.
Number 2 steps forward, and That's when my mom steps back and sits down.
Has number 2 uttered a word at this point in time?
I can't remember hearing him.
Okay. Recover anything inside your mom and dad's room?
I did not see anything, no.
Are you sure? Because when we spoke the last time, there was some mention of some other money that went missing.
Yes, the U.S. currency.
So how did that get found?
I believe when they were looking for my father's wallet, they had opened the drawer, and it was in an envelope.
What drawer would that have been in?
If you're at the doorway where I was standing, on the left side, the bedside table.
Whose side of the bed is it?
That's my mother's side of the bed.
Okay. And approximately how much money?
I'm not sure how much she took out for our trip, but I can only estimate about a few $100s.
Few hundred, because at the time, the last time you told me, you were pretty adamant about $1,100. So I'm curious to know how you came up with that number.
I believe because when we were at the border, we stopped at the duty free. My mother was deciding whether to use her U.S. currency or her U.S. currency or her Canadian currency.
So it was at that time you remember hearing $1,100, and is that the inference you're saying? Is that because you're pretty solid saying that it was $1,100 that went missing, that was taken, and that you saw it when we spoke, and who took it? Who took possession of the money?
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Were you ever inside the room? Did they ever take you inside the room? Did you ever make it past the threshold of that door? Okay, so let's come back to now. You're being taken to the banister in the upper room. Don't apologize, okay? I'm going to try and ask you questions to try and clarify points, okay? If you don't remember, you don't remember. Okay, so there's no apologizing. The only reason you would apologize to me is if you lied to me.
No.
Okay,
no,
so then in this case, then don't apologize to me. It's okay. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions to clarify points. So you've been taken back to the banister. Who is there?
Number 1 took me back.
Okay, where's number 2?
He was still in the bedroom.
Okay. How do you get tied to this banister?
Number 1. Number 2 had come out of the room, and he had told number 2, go get Cuzzy for the string. No, it was go get Cuz. He had said that I need the string, go get Cuz. And number 2 ran down the stairs, and he came back up shortly after. And then I believe number 2 was the one that tied me up, because number 1 was still holding the gun in front of me.
So number 1 is now in front of you?
He has been in front of me since he pulled me out of the bedroom.
Okay.
And he sat me down, and he was in front of me, making sure I was down.
So on this gun that you're looking at that's in front of you, can you see what type of gun is it? Does it have a cylinder or a round thing like an old gun, or does it look like more...
It just reminded me of the, television police, the handguns.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's black. Can you see from there, now you're in front of him and you're looking down, can you see his shoes? Can you see anything else about him? I want you to think right now, it's tough to put yourself back in that spot, but you've never been tied up, I suspect, or bound like that, and now you're sitting there staring down. Is there anything that you remember about his shoes? Or his pants? Any idea where this string came from? Does it when you're seeing it come around because it's now lit? Does it look like it's come from clothing or from shoes that you might have in your house? Or you don't know?
It just looked like a black shoelace.
Okay. Any interaction, any communication going on between you and number one and number two while you're being bound?
My mother's calling for me.
Okay.
And they keep saying that to shut up.
Who's saying that to who?
Number 3 is downstairs and she's telling her to shut up.
She's telling him to shut up. What's your dad doing?
I can't hear my father.
Okay. You're now bound to the railing. Can you show me, can you stand up and turn around and tell me, just show on the camera, how your hands are bound? And how you are against the railing. You don't have to sit down, I just need to see how you were.
Just tell you.
The only reason that I need to do this is that I'm also going to ask you so take this back take it out of a traumatizing event, which it is, and put yourself into a more clinical position, because I want to see how you could physically get your phone out of your waistband. We're obviously going to need to know that. It's very important. So traumatize away, now put yourself into just a state of, I need to mechanically show how I can get access to my phone. Okay, because that's obviously very relevant. We know you made the phone call, but questions are going to obviously raise is that if my hands are bound and I'm against the railing, how do I talk to a 911 operator? Okay, so clinically, this is now a clinical demonstration. Just stand up, focus in on how you did it. And I want you to stick that in your waistband as an example. Okay, so take your sweater off, because this will be a very smooth, very quick thing. It's a one-time demonstration. I'm not going to ask you to repeat it, but I need to go through it. Okay, so just take your sweater off. Stand up and turn around. Put this in the side that you believe it was in. Great. Turn around. So that you're looking away from me. You're looking exactly like, now here is where the banister is. Put your hands back behind your back, exactly how you remember they were. Okay? Now, and are you restrained from movement? How far can you move your hands from the banister?
They tied my upper arm.
Yes?
Around the banister.
Yes?
But my hands are bound together.
So your hands bound together, and this is the arm that's the strings wrapped around against the banister? Mm-hmm. Okay, so now how can you get to the phone? And how do you make the phone call? 911? Mm-hmm. And do you talk down like that?
Yes, I'm yelling at the phone like this.
And how can you hear?
I turned the volume on max.
Yes? So that's exactly the way that you're talking to her against the railing? Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good enough. Sit down. Put your sweater back on. Yeah, just put your sweater. Yeah. You want some more water?
I'm okay.
Okay. I really appreciate that. Obviously, it's very important to see it, because we can't put you. It would be absolutely physically impossible to put you back into the same position, but We just needed to see how you get the phone out and make the call. Okay, so sit back, take a couple of deep breaths again. When you're up against the railing and now you've been bound, and is number 2 and number 1 still there, or are they gone?
Number 1 was there for a little bit. Number 2 ran down the stairs.
What is number 1? Is he saying anything to you?
He was saying, you obeyed, and just shut up and don't move. And he continues yelling downstairs, hurry up. Hurry up, it's taking too long, hurry up.
Now tell me something, okay, which is kind of important. There's a safe in the house, is there not? Safe is in a fairly visible place within your parents' bedroom, is it not?
It's inside their closet.
Fairly visible, at least from the pictures. Was there ever mention of wanting the combination to that safe? Through any of the interaction of 1, 2, and 3, did they know that there was a safe in place?
I'm not aware if they knew.
Okay.
I didn't.
So you never heard any of them demanding the safe, the combination to the safe? Was there anything else they were demanding in their yelling? Was it what was the focus of what they were looking for?
Cash.
Cash. Okay. So number 1's talking to you, you obeyed, and we need to go, we need to go. And where does he go from that point in time?
He's yelling down the stairs, is there more? And number 2, I could just hear him muffling something. I don't hear him clearly.
Number 2 or number 3?
No, sorry, number 3. Number
Okay.
3. I'm sorry. Number 3.
Okay.
It's just a murr, but I can't hear what he's saying.
Okay.
At this point, I started hearing my parents get up. And they're moving. And my mom's yelling, where's my daughter? I want my daughter. Where's my daughter? And I'm yelling, Mom, I'm here.
Are they saying anything to your parents? I know she's yelling to you. Okay, she's yelling to you. Are they saying anything? Like, are they giving them directions as to where they're going? Or can you remember?
All I can hear is my mom right now.
Okay. So you hear them get up and you're moving, and they're moving in what direction?
Towards the basement.
Okay. Are you still hearing 1 and 2 or 1 and 3? Are you hearing all 3 of them?
Number 1.
And what's he saying?
Hurry up. Is there more?
Okay.
At this point, he throws my glasses. Then he walks down the stairs.
So he's still up there with you. When do you and at this? So you've had your glasses on the whole time. When does he take them off?
Right before he leaves.
Right after. So you're tied to the banister. You're just before he leaves to go down the stairs, your glasses are off. You have had your glasses on the whole time prior to that. Okay. So now you hear your parents up and they're moving towards the basement. What do you hear?
Where's the rest of the money?
Whose voice?
The one with the Caribbean accent.
Number 3. Who we've called number 3.
Yes.
Where's the rest of the money? Is that as you hear your parents moving?
I can hear them stepping down the stairs.
Okay.
And then, after number 1 joins them, after he took my glasses,
You heard him go down the stairs as well?
number 1 then left me,
Yes.
and he went down the stairs. And I asked, my mom was still calling for me, and I wanted to go, and he says no. He should have taken me.
Okay, hang on a second. Hang on. So you hear number 1 say no to your response, to your demand of wanting to go. Do you hear the questions coming, or your mom saying, where is she, where is she? Are they starting to go down to the basement? Are they on the stairs leading to the basement? Can you hear, I'm going to ask you to focus in, because it's very difficult. I'm going to ask you to focus in. Are you hearing all of them going downstairs? Can you hear that many footsteps? That's 5 sets of steps. Because if your mom is moving down to the basement with these guys, and number 1 is walking down to join them, he would be later. He would be walking down. Does he go down to the basement, or do you know? Can't tell. Here, Jennifer, take a Kleenex and just take a minute. Okay, so we're now down in the basement. They're down in your parents are down in the basement. You don't know who's down there with them. You can't tell how many people went down. You know that number 1 left and was heading down in that direction, but you don't know by footsteps who's down there.
I wasn't paying attention.
That's all right. Whose voices can you hear now down in the basement?
Just remember number 3 saying, you lied. There's more. Where is it? You lied. You're lying.
Okay, and then what do you hear?
I heard pop. And then my mom, I heard her squeal.
So do you hear 1 pop, or do you hear 2?
I can't remember.
Then don't. It's 1 or 2? Okay, and then you hear your mom squeal. And then what do you hear?
Another 1 or 2 pops.
Do you hear any voices in between other than your mom squealing? Do you hear number 3 say anything?
All I can remember was calling for her.
Okay. Don't apologize, okay? This is nothing to apologize to me for. This is something that you're trying to remember. So you heard a pop, you heard your mom squeal, and then you heard another. Any idea how many more pops you heard?
I just remember that I heard 1 or 2, and then there was a slight break. And there was 1 more. I don't remember if it was 2 and then break and then 1, or if it was 1 and then break and then 1.
Okay. So you're saying that you heard a total of how many pops? Guessing.
4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay, so you hear, after those popping noises, what do you hear? After the last popping noise you've heard, what do you hear?
That's it. It's too long, let's go. From number 1.
That's it? It's too long, let's go? Okay.
And then I just hear a bunch of foot's going.
Does it sound like they're obviously coming? Does it sound coming up the stairs? Do you know where they leave?
I believe they went out the front door.
Okay.
But I couldn't see anything. It's what I heard.
It's what you're hearing. What else do you hear next?
Then I heard, once the door closed, I heard my father. He ran up the stairs and all I could hear was moaning. Yeah. Once I heard him starting to move, that's when I pulled out the phone and I was trying to call 911.
Okay. Did you hear, after you hear that's it, let's go, do you hear any more communication between the 3 guys? Okay.
I was just calling for my mom.
Okay, so you're dialing 911, you've called the police, you know, you're on the phone with the dispatcher, you're updating him as to what goes on.
And I hear my dad going out the door and he's like yelling on the street.
Okay.
And I'm calling for him, but this dispatch lady, I'm trying to...
So when the officers arrive, how do you get untied? Do you remember?
At first, they were all outside and I was screaming for them.
Yeah.
And finally, someone heard me and they came up the stairs. First, they had to check all the rooms first, but I just wanted them to get me out.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be sitting there anymore.
So how did they get you free?
They grabbed a pair of scissors from my room. But the officer said to wait a few minutes because he didn't know how to do it, the procedure. But I just wanted to get out. I think it was you, my dad. He cut me. He let me go. But he cut the...
Now when you took off your sweater to show me the demonstration, there's still some marks on your arm. Are those the marks from the string? No? Where are they from?
From before.
Okay. So history-wise, we'll go into that, okay? So, now, as an event, as to try and see, this is the little technique that we use to try and see if there's something during the course of what you've told me that, boom, might trigger something, another memory, okay? We're going to start right now. We're going to start at the point that the officers arrive. Okay? And we're going backwards. Not nearly as, I don't need you to go into the, we're not going to be stopping here and going through to, well, what about this and what about this? It's you may come across something. It's the reverse chronology of what you just described, okay? Leading us back to the time you're upstairs talking to Edward. So I want you to start right now with your police officers arrive and they're cutting you free. And now let's start going backwards from that. Okay.
Just don't want to say wrong things. So I'm just...
Don't worry about saying wrong things, because you'll be correcting them as you're moving backwards, okay? It's a very well practiced technique to help in memories. So, especially in traumatic events.
So my dad was...
What I want to do now is I want to go into your past, okay? And start talking about things that have been going on with you in relation to your life, okay? You know, I'm not going back to childhood. That's not my interest. Is obviously in the last few years is what's going on. Do you have a boyfriend?
I had a boyfriend, but no, I don't have one.
What was your boyfriend's name?
Daniel.
Daniel what?
Wong.
Tell me about your relationship with you and Daniel.
It was a really tough one. We went to high school together. He helped me through a really difficult time in high school when I have asthma, but it wasn't a concern. It was only a concern when I was younger. But when I went over to Europe, a lot of sick people were smoking cigarettes, and it acted up over there, and he took care of me over there.
When did you go to Europe?
2003.
Okay, and how long were you there for?
Under 2 weeks, I think.
Okay. So this is 2003 when you and Danny started dating?
No, later on in 2003. We were just friends at that point.
Okay. What grade were you in at that point?
11.
11. So how does your relationship with Danny develop? Where does it go, and how long does it last?
It lasted about 6 years. It began in the summer of 2003, before my grade 12 year. We were just really good friends, and I guess it just happened. Like, we just started going out. Well, saying that we were going out, but I didn't really get to see him much.
Let's talk about that. Why didn't you get the chance to see him much?
I wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend.
And that was when you were 18?
I was 17.
17, turning in your 18th year? You're grade 11 or going into grade 12?
No, going into grade 12.
Okay. And so who was against you having a boyfriend?
My father.
Your father? How was your mother in this?
She took a back seat to his opinion. She would tell me that I gotta find someone who was devoted to me. But at that time, my father was the one that enforced the rules.
And what were the issues your father had with a boyfriend? Was it Danny in particular, or was it just a boy?
Just any boy at that point.
So what happens? How are you saying that you're not allowed to see this? I know that there's certain ways that you can still get around your father not allowing you to see it.
In grade 12, we went to school together. He transferred out, but he'd come over to our original high school, and he'd come see me.
Okay.
And once in a while, I'd go and skip class and go see him.
So you were dating him essentially without your parents' knowledge and consent.
Yes.
What would they have done to you if they found out? And did they find out?
Not in high school, no.
Okay. So you finish high school, and then what do you do when you finish high school?
I wanted to do kinesiology, but my father was very adamant on doing something in the medical field that was a little bit more, in his opinion, more like a more successful, I guess you can say. He knew I didn't have the stomach for being a doctor, so he wanted me to become a pharmacist.
Okay. Did you go to school for pharmacy? Did you get into university for pharmacy? So if you finish your grade 12, you go to your OIC year? Like grade 12 is you finish your OIC year.
I didn't have OIC. I finished my grade 12.
And then what do you do for the next few years? While your dad's wanting you to get into the medical field, what do you do?
I was trying to get into piano.
What school?
I was still taking classes at a school, but it's still recognized in the community as a teacher's license.
Through the Royal Conservatory?
Yes. Okay,
so how is this interaction, how is this going with your dad? How is your home life with you're not living up to his expectations?
He didn't know. I lied to him.
What did you lie to him? What did you tell him?
That I was going to school.
For
just science.
For science.
Bachelor of Science.
You would have had bills for school. How is that coming up? How are these bills being paid for university that you weren't going to?
I was working at Eastside Mario's, and I took care of myself.
So
financially, my father was never took hand in bills, so he didn't know anything about bills.
Did your mom know that you weren't going to university?
No.
So both your parents thought you had gone to university?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did they still to this point in time think that you had gone to university for pharmacy, for sciences?
Yes.
And how did you feel about that? How did you feel about having to lie to your parents?
I felt guilty, but every time I tried to bring it up, there was just so much expectation.
Did you have any resentment towards them for this?
I chose what I chose, but in the end I chose my family.
Okay, so now you're not allowed to see boys. How do you continue your relationship while you're supposed to be at university working at Eastside Mario's? Are you working during the day at Eastside Mario's?
Sometimes, but not all the time.
So how do you maintain this relationship with Daniel?
I'd bus down to see him, or my parents would drive me down to Toronto, and they thought I was going to school, but I'd go see him and I'd come back.
What school did they think you're going to?
Ryerson.
Okay. Was Daniel aware of what was going on with the issues in your life with your parents?
Not at first, but eventually he found out.
Okay. And what would your parents do find out? Did they ever find out that you were dating Daniel?
Eventually.
Well, how long into the relationship was that?
Say 5 years.
5 years? So that brings you up to 2008 or 2009?
2008. 2007, 2008.
And how do they find out?
My mother saw him dropping me off at at Pacific Mall, where they come to pick me up.
And how did that go over?
Not well.
Explain to me what not well means.
My mother, she said at first she was not supportive, but she said, "You need to tell me." And she basically gave me the sex talk, which basically was, one moment could ruin your entire life. But once my father found out, without even knowing him, he automatically put judgment.
What kind of judgment did your father pass on him?
He blamed my lying and even racial profiling on him.
And what does that mean? I don't know about the racial profile.
He is half Filipino, half Chinese.
Yes.
And my father associated him with Filipino and said that, you know, he wasn't a good match for me. He wasn't going anywhere in life, and that he wouldn't be able to support a family.
So tell me about Daniel. We've interviewed Daniel.
He was, I believe, selling
Selling?
some marijuana, I believe.
Okay. You weren't aware that he was up to this type of business?
No.
Is that what you're saying to me?
Yes.
So when your parents find out, what happens to you at home?
They pretty much make sure that I wouldn't contact him again.
And how do they do that?
They take away my cell phone and restrict internet access. Like, they have to be in the room or not at all.
Do you have a curfew?
If I go out with a friend that they know, I have to be home before 9.
Before 9 o'clock?
Yes.
And is that even up until Monday? Did you have a curfew up until Monday?
Technically, but I haven't gone out for a while.
And why is it that you haven't gone out for a while?
Because they gave me an ultimatum to either choose Daniel or to choose them about a year and a half ago, about a year and a half ago. And I chose to stay home with my family. But even though he had moved on, we still wanted to be friends. We went through a lot. I was there for him and he was there for me when we needed each other. So whenever I could, I would sneak a phone call here, sneak a phone call there. I'd ask a friend of mine to pick me up and to take me to see him and then take me back.
Who is that friend?
Gary. Gary Gibson.
Gibson.
I met Gary through Daniel, and he picked me up and took me to see Daniel, and he made sure I got home afterwards.
So tell me about how come your parents allow you to speak to Edward or to Adrian, in fact allow Adrian into the house?
Adrian has been a friend of mine since beginning of high school. My parents agree with his, how do I explain this? He went to school for engineering. He has a job, and his mother is a piano teacher as well, like myself. So in their eyes, he had like a well-rounded life. And because he took me out once in a while, but not really. But because he has a car of his own, so he comes over, therefore they were able to interact with him and accepted him.
Okay. What about Edward?
Edward was an old co-worker of mine. Edward only met my mom once at a gym, when we went to the gym. I introduced him to my mom, but he only stops by when my parents are not home for about like an hour or so just to catch up, but I haven't gone out to actually we talk on the phone, but that's pretty much. I tried to meet him at the gym, but that's all.
So for the last year and a half since you chose, the ultimatum was given to you, in your words, it's either Daniel or your family.
Yes.
And you say that you chose your family and you stayed home. What have you been, when you say I stayed home, what is your routine? Tell me, for the last year and a half, what have you been doing?
I have been continuing my piano studies, and my parents enrolled me back into school, into college.
Into college.
At first, I didn't have enough marks to get into the program I wanted, so I had to do 1 year of refresher course of a calculus high school credit.
And they never said to you, you can get in and graduate with a science degree, but you can't take that and now get in. They never question you about college now that you don't have the marks to get into college? How did you get around that?
I lied to them and said that calculus wasn't a big thing when I first applied, when science, but now calculus is more of a mandatory course.
What, and when was this happening that you were going back to school?
I went back last summer.
Which college?
I went to high school,
Yes.
summer school program. It was at I believe it's Buff.
Buff.
On Steeles and Bayview.
And you graduated with that? Or you've finished?
No, I completed the credit at upgrading my mark.
And did you apply to college?
Yes.
And you were accepted?
I'm accepted for January. Yes.
At which college?
Centennial College.
Okay. In what program?
Biotechnology engineering.
Okay. So, the last year and a half, you've been doing your piano studies.
Yes.
What is your routine? Like daily routine for the last year and a half when you say that I chose my family, I chose to stay home?
Well, at first, I continued phone contact with Daniel, but that only lasted about one time. Like I told you, Gary came to pick me up to go see Daniel, and I got caught. And that's when they took away my cell phone, and they said that they'd drive me places. And so pretty much I wake up, I do my piano studies. I may go see my teacher for lessons. At first they took me, but then once my teacher was like, yeah, she's with me, I was able to go and see him at his house once a week. Sometimes it was once every other week if he was busy. And then I had another studies at a place called Euro Music for the actual pedagogy course, which is the actual teaching course.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to those two classes once a week as well. And pretty much it was home, help out with housework, and practice my piano, and just wait for the college application, college acceptance.
And did you go out? Were you allowed to go out at night?
I don't go out, no. The only time I went out was... last time I went out was for my my birthday, and I was able a week ago to go see my friend on the night of Halloween. My mom went out to a dance thing. Sorry, it was Saturday night, not Halloween night. It was Halloween weekend. Saturday night, my friend Topaz and I had made plans, but my grandfather, we wanted to go skating because I love to skate, and since they know Topaz and they confirmed that she was in fact going with me to skating, and they have her number to call her to make sure I was there, and that I'd call when I got to her house.
Mm-hmm.
I got there, and because I had let my friends know that my grandfather was ill and that I wasn't 100% sure, she had to tell us that she couldn't make plans to get her child a babysitter. So we just stayed at her house with her husband for about, I was there for maybe an hour, and then...
This other phone that Daniel gets to use,
Yes.
How long are you able to keep that from your parents' attention?
Yes.
And how long do you have that phone?
I've been 3 months.
You've had it for 3 months? The last 3 months?
2 months.
And when do you switch from just using the phone to just pulling the SIM card out and using it?
Just pulling SIM card, texting him, and then taking it back. putting it back in my jacket pocket.
Okay, so this SIM card that you say was in your jacket pocket, which jacket is it that you're talking about?
I have a black jacket with a fur hood
Yes.
that I use in the fall.
And the last time you knew about it, it was inside that jacket?
Yes.
And you would believe there's no reason why it wouldn't still be there?
Yes.
Okay. And where would that jacket be located?
Either hanging in my room or hanging behind by the garage, the door.
Mudroom area, what we call the mudroom area, the garage door. Is it a laundry room where you come in from the garage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a laundry room, but it's like a little nook.
Little nook. The laundry is downstairs?
We took the laundry downstairs.
Okay. Danny and his activities, his drug-related activities. Did you ever engage or assist him in this practice?
No. I told him I did not want anything to do with it.
It's a tough question, right? Are you involved in any type of illegal activity that would draw the attention of these type of people to come to your house looking for something?
I've never.
What about your parents?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, not to your knowledge. Like, are your parents, is there any source of money coming into your house that is unaccounted for?
No.
Would it be something that your parents would engage in, gambling or
No,
illegal drug activity?
No. Well, not. I help my mother with all the bills and everything, and nothing. She never does it have anything.
How new was that basement? Like the setup of the basement?
Graduated in 2004. We moved in 2004. I believe we moved in for about a year, so I'd say either 2005 or 2006.
They moved it. You guys moved in there.
We renovated.
Renovated.
Yes.
And at that time the basement was completed.
Yes.
Were your parents working at that time?
When we first moved in 2004, my father was unemployed. He had got laid off from Magna.
Yep.
My mother had transferred up to a place in Newmarket. Then my father found the job at where he was currently working at Kobe and Stell. And then I forgot the year. My mother got laid off, I believe in 2008 or so. And she's been looking for a job and been at home.
Now, after talking to Daniel, and when's the last time you text message or communicated with him?
Was when my grandfather was ill.
Have you been experiencing anything what you would call in the last little while of any type of threats or threatening behavior?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He says it's just a friend, but everyone says it's his girlfriend. She has messaged me telling me to back off, to leave Daniel alone. And he's messaged me and he's like, is that you calling? But I wasn't calling. Or I'd be on the phone with him and he's like, my Rogers line, because I called him on the phone that he gave me.
Yes.
And he'd say that my Rogers line was calling him. And when I looked into it, it was like on my bills, those phone calls were made, but I know I didn't make them. So I couldn't explain it. And I did get a letter in the mail saying that you're a dead person walking.
Now, why didn't you tell me about that when I spoke to you the other day?
Everything had just happened. I wasn't.
Was it just simply a letter?
Yes. It was cut out.
Where is that letter?
It's garbage.
It's in the garbage?
Yes. I didn't think too much of it at that time.
And what did you equate it to?
just jealousy.
You still are equating it to the friend or the girlfriend.
Well, I don't want to, like, I don't know 100%, so I don't want to point fingers.
Why? So if you're not 100% and you don't want to point fingers, why do you believe it's her?
Because she has personally messaged me on Facebook telling me that I'm stupid and to back off and to leave Daniel alone.
Okay.
And sometimes when I text him, she texts me using his phone, telling me that he's with his girlfriend Christine and to leave him alone.
Is there something that happened to you that you never disclosed to the police before?
That is something I lied to him about.
Okay, tell me about that.
I told him I was raped, but I was just very depressed and... Sorry, this is very embarrassing.
You haven't reported it to the police, right? This is an interaction between you and an ex-boyfriend, okay? So you're not in any trouble for this, and it's important that we clear it up because he's telling us stuff,
Yes.
and then we're coming back to you. So
Yes, but this is something I lied to him about.
okay. And and you say you were depressed, and when did this happen? When did you tell him about this?
Maybe a year ago.
A year ago. And what was it that you told him?
That someone came to the door, and when I went to open the door, they pushed me down and raped me.
Did you give descriptions? Did you provide descriptions to him about it?
I might have. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Okay. But you're telling me to my face that this never happened.
This never happened.
Okay. So this isn't something that we need to be looking at as something that's tied to this.
No, that was my lie to him.
Okay.
For attention, isn't?
Now, what was his reaction to that?
Report it. But it wasn't real, so I didn't report it.
Okay. Now, did you ever have a figure if Daniel stopped being a drug dealer or engaged in, or is he still dealing with that? Again, this is not criminal. It's more in lines of, what would link someone to think that they're coming to your house for a large quantity for money, which is an obvious question.
I've asked him what he's up to, and he just says running, like doing runs. But I don't ask him into detail.
So when he says he's doing runs, you're equating that to he's still running drugs.
Running errands, running drugs, seeing people.
You just didn't ask him.
I just kind of went blind ear because I'm not with him.
Okay. Did you ever receive, again, we're going to ask it, did you ever receive any other type of threatening text messages that, more than just words of what a person says, don't see him or don't, did you ever receive anything that was
Threatening?
Yeah.
I did get some, but I couldn't, what's the word I'm looking for? It said that we have people that can erase this message. But it was just words. It was just stay away.
What were the words? Just stay away.
Stay away. Chrissy and Danico, one life, one destiny, or something like that.
So it was more in line with Danny and more in line with the relationship.
Just pretty much just leave, for me to stay away.
There was never any threat to you from any other anonymous. It always seems to you to have the air of Danny's girlfriend or friend that's sending these threats.
He says that it's not her, but from all the messages are pretty much just to leave him alone so he can be happy. Okay.
But there's no phone number that these things are coming back from?
No.
Being sent from?
No.
Did you ever...
I know it's absurd, but I couldn't explain it.
No, I don't... with the technology today, anything is possible. I'd never be able to look you in the face and say that's not possible, because what kids can do with computers and do with technology, anything in my opinion is now possible.
But it was just words. It was never more than that.
Anything to the effect of seeing bang, bang, bang?
To me,
Yes.
no.
Are you aware of someone else getting a message like that?
Daniel said that he got messages saying fun, 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 bang, bang, bang.
And what did he ever equate that to? Did he tell you?
He just said these messages basically kept telling him to make sure I stayed away from him and to make that girl happy.
Okay.
And that they knew what he was up to. They even said that they knew, like, I'd text him something, and for some reason they knew that I texted him, and that they knew that I called him, stuff like that.
Do you have you ever received, other than that letter?
That other thing I also made up, the bullet in the mail, I made that up.
And how long ago was that?
Just a few months ago.
Okay. And was that an attention grabber for him again?
Yes.
You still have feelings for Daniel, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're having trouble with that. You're having trouble getting over the fact that the relationship is over. Because of the terms of how it happened.
I've accepted that it's over, but I still want to take care of him.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I made a decision and I had to stick by it.
Your relationship with Daniel was broken up because of your parents' ultimatum, not because you didn't care for him anymore.
Yes.
That's an obvious what you can say, right? Because
Yes.
you still have feelings and you're still trying to trigger him with the bullet. You know, even just that are these text messages you're receiving, are they fictitious? Are you making that up?
No.
100%?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the letter you received, is it fictitious or did he make it up? Sorry, is it fictitious or is it real?
It's real.
It's real. And
But-
how? Sorry?
So, no, it just happened like before most of this stuff happened, so I just brushed it aside.
Okay, so it happened before most of what stuff happened?
Most of, like, before I knew about her and before I knew, like, before she messaged me ever.
Okay. Now, how often did you use this other phone? You said it was back when your father, that's the last time you used it. But how many times would you, like from the last year and a half?
Maybe like once a day,
Once a day?
or usually, once a day.
Who was paying for that?
Daniel.
Daniel was paying for that. So the incident, those two incidents that you made up, the bullet and the
Yes.
the being raped, those
Yes.
never happened.
No.
Is there anything else you can think of in this? Were you dating anyone else? Did you see anyone else during
No.
this year and a half
No.
layoff?
Dating, no.
No.
No. I saw Adrian because he came over, but I wasn't seeing him like romantically or anything. I saw just my tight-knit group of friends, which are my girlfriend's Topaz.
Topaz?
Yes.
Topaz's last name?
Chu.
Topaz Chu.
Her husband Chihei Tong.
And where? Okay, we won't say where they live because it's being videoed, but I need to get an idea. If we haven't spoken to them, we'd like to speak to them.
Okay.
Who else?
Adrian Chung. He lives away, but sometimes he comes into town and he'll come to my house and ask my parents to take me out just for a coffee to catch up about half hour, and then he takes me back home.
Okay, that's three. Who else is tight? Adrian.
Adrian, who we talked
Adrian
about earlier. Timkovitz.
Tinkovitz, you've spoken to.
Yeah.
We've spoken to already. Edward
Pacific Adora.
and
Yeah.
so he's in that loop of tight knit friends.
No, he's separate.
Okay, who else is in this other tight knit group of friends? That you...
Well, we're tight, but I don't speak to them often. Cecilia Pang and Jerome. We fall in and out like periodically, like maybe a couple months where we talk almost every week, and then sometimes we go a month or two without talking. Jerome Liu.
Okay.
So that's Adrian, Topaz, Chihei, Cecilia, myself, and there's one more, Carson. I forgot his last name. He's more like him and myself aren't that close, but he does hang around all of us if we go to, for example, when my friend had a baby, we were all there together.
Now, what about, again, I apologize for the name.
It's okay.
Gary Gibbons or
Gibson.
Gibson?
Gibson, yes.
Where is he in this?
I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I'd say about a year, but prior to that, we spoke quite a bit. Yeah.
But he was your link to Danny, right? To get to Danny
yes.
to drop you off.
Well, he'd call Daniel if he didn't answer my calls, and we hung out on our own as well.
What do you know about Daniel's girlfriend, Christine?
The only thing I know is that she's living with her father. When we were in high school, she lost her mother. I believe she has a child, and I don't know where the father is in that.
Okay.
Daniel's told me that, this is just what Daniel's told me, that she's going through a custody battle, and that every time I ask him, like, what are you doing? He's like, making runs with Christine. So.
Making runs with Christine?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, when you say what runs, for me, listening to making a run, would you draw the inference that that's back to the drug business?
I would, but I didn't go more into that.
Don't go more into it. What do you take that as just hearing it at face value?
That he was going to meet somebody for drugs, or...
And Christine's along for the ride?
I was told, like, in his words, that he was the one taking her to go see people that she knew.
That she knew?
Yes.
Okay.
And that everything was at her house or something like that.
Okay. I want you to sit tight. Do you want to get you some water?
Yes, please.
Okay. I want you to sit tight. I'm just going to go talk to Deborah. Deborah Gladding. She's been monitoring. I'm also going to talk to the primary investigator. Okay. We're going to get you some water, and we're sort of moving through this. This is great. Okay. I appreciate the fact that you're honest with me to tell me that these things were made up. Okay. It's very important.
I can't lie, right? And
you can't, because well, if you were raped and you received bullets, those are some pretty significant threats, right?
I understand.
Okay.
There was also one other thing.
Yeah.
We were getting private phone calls at my house as well. I never told my brother because he was at school.
Yeah.
When we picked up, they'd always hang up. And one time, my father had picked up. And like I said, Mondays, my mother would go dancing.
Yes.
And when this one time, I picked up the phone, but my father was already on the phone. And there was this woman on the other line, and I don't know who it was. And they were speaking Chinese, which is a little bit off for me, because my father's Chinese isn't his first language.
Okay.
And my father doesn't even know I was on the line. But this woman was saying, you have to come over right away. Right away, you have to come now. And my father kept saying, I can't come over. No. And she's like, I don't care, you have to come now. Like I said, he still to this day doesn't know that I heard that conversation. And when he went down the stairs to see me, because I was on the main floor, he was upstairs when he answered the phone. He was like, I'm going to go, and my cousin Michelle, she said, I'm going to go to Michelle's house to, I believe their tap was running, or he's a handyman with housework, so they asked him to fix it. But I don't remember where they were, but they were out. And I remember because I believe this is during the summer.
Of this past year, 2010?
Yes, summer of 2010. And me and Michelle, we go to the gym together. So she had mentioned that day that she had, I'm sorry, I don't remember what, but she had an errand to run with her mother. And I was like, I think it was a doctor's appointment or something. And I told my dad that I believe they're out, they're not home. And he's like, I'm going to go. So he left. And when he left, I had called my aunt I believe my aunt had called me back, or I had called her. Somehow we connected with each other, and they said that they were not home yet, but they're on their way. They would be there about half hour. My father never came home, and my father says he was driving around their block, waiting for them. But when I confronted him, I said I thought they were. They said that they weren't home, and he's like, I was driving around the block. But when I didn't know how to process this, and so I confided in Michelle when we were at the gym, and she said that when she came home, she did drive, because they have her garage is in the back of her house, so there's like a streetway that's just garages, and when my father goes over, he likes to use the back door and knocks on the door in the back door because it's convenient, because everyone's in the back of the house usually with a kitchen. So she said that she drove in 2 circles before. She drove around to check before she went in, but my father was never there.
Does Michelle speak Chinese?
Yes. Yes, she does.
Is your aunt? This is your cousin is Michelle?
Yes, my cousin Michelle, yes.
And your aunt's name is?
Huida Leung.
And so was your father ever at that house?
Eventually, she said that he did come over, and he helped them out, and came back home.
But when you listened on the phone line, did you recognize the female as being Michelle? Or
it was not. It was not her and her mother. I know that, but it was a voice I've never heard before, a lady's voice that I've never heard before. And like I said, these phone calls were happening periodically, but every time we answered, they'd hang up on us.
Meaning you or your mom?
Yes, because my mother and I had voiced it, and we voiced it. And a few days later, I was home by myself, and I got a private call, and I didn't hear them hang up clicking. So I yelled in Chinese, "Do not call this number ever again." And they called probably once after that and never returned. The private call stopped.
And so when did this stop? When did this happen? And so you said the summer is when that happened?
By the end of the summer.
The summer, so August, September?
Late August, early September.
And is this to the house line?
Yes.
And what's the house line? Sit tight. Is there any other incidents that jog your memory? Any other boyfriends in between this time period?
No.
Okay, sit tight. Let me get you some water. Let me ask some questions, okay? If you want to stand up and walk around, I understand we're not telling you to sit tight literally, but it may be a couple of minutes, okay?
Okay.
Do you need to go to the washroom?
No, I don't like being by myself right now.
I'm going to leave the door open a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Does that work for you?
Okay.
And remember, right through that glass, you can actually, I don't know, see her, but that's where she's sitting. So she's just in another room, but she's a part of this room.
Okay.
Okay?
Wait out here, or do you want to just wait inside? But you could just stand up. It's up to you.
I'm just
Okay, we'll just wait by the door then. That's fine. You could.
Was he dealing with big quantities that you were aware of it?
Honestly, I wanted nothing to do with it, so I refused to know what he was doing.
Okay, and the times that you snuck out and spoke to him, how many times a month up until the last time you handed the BlackBerry?
Once a week.
You'd see him once a week?
Well, prior to this, I'd only see him once a month because I went away twice with my family.
Yeah.
So I wasn't able to go anywhere. I was out with them. So this month I've only seen him twice this month. I mean October. I saw him twice in October.
And you said you text message him every day, once. You at least once
More
a day.
or less.
And that could be a string of text messages, right? It's not just, hey, how are you doing? Fine, and that's the end of the text message. It'd be a string of communication. How you were texting it.
It'd just be, where are you at? Are you at work? How are you? And miss you, or what are you doing today?
And so when you go out and see him for once during the time, once a week.
I'd tell my parents that I was going to class.
Yes.
And before class or after class, I'd go buy him lunch and bring it by his work. And sometimes I would see him, and sometimes I'd just give it to a coworker to give to him.
And how long, when you see him, how long would you see him for?
10 minutes, 15 minutes, because he was working.
When he wasn't working and you were able to get out and see him, how long?
That hasn't happened in a long time.
And how long's a long time?
The last time I saw him outside of that was when Gary picked me up and I got caught by my parents. And that was, I'd say, a year, if not a year and a half almost.
And why did he want your BlackBerry?
He said that he had sold his BlackBerry, so he needed a phone.
And that BlackBerry, I'm kind of confused. Was that an active phone?
No.
Because now we're talking about 3 phones now. We got a SIM card, we got the phone that your parents know you have, and you got a BlackBerry. Up until a week ago.
Yes.
So
the BlackBerry is what I was using with my own Roger SIM card. The phone I'm using now was an old phone that I no longer used.
Okay, so
because the reception was no good.
The BlackBerry was your normal phone that you were using on a regular basis.
Yes.
And you would switch SIM cards. If you were going to communicate with him with the other SIM card, you'd put the SIM card in that BlackBerry and talk to him through that.
I had an iPhone.
You had an iPhone?
I kept in my room that my parents didn't know about, because my brother, I had one that Daniel gave me earlier, but it broke.
Yeah.
So my brother, what he did was he fixed the part so he can have one that he used himself, but the one I had wasn't fully functioning. It was just it had no internet access on it, so I just kept it for phone calls, and I kept it hidden.
And where is that phone now?
It should be still in my room.
Yes. Where?
I believe it was on my laptop table or something, or on my counter.
And it doesn't have a SIM card in it right now?
No, I don't keep the SIM card in it just in case my parents asked.
Okay. So there's an iPhone by your desk, on your desk, somewhere in your room.
Yes.
And the BlackBerry that you had up until a week, and it went to Daniel, and for what reason it went to Daniel?
He had a newer BlackBerry, but he said someone wanted to buy it, like a friend of his wanted to buy it, and that he needed a phone temporarily.
So he took your phone.
So I had another phone as well, so I said, okay, I'll lend you this one.
So it sounds as if you couldn't let Danny go. Like you're still there. You're still hoping.
The hope isn't much, but
you're still hoping.
I still care.
You're not walking away from him, right? You haven't walked away from him, even with the comments that you've received. These comments from.
I had, but I had for a while. I disappeared from him for a while, but it was just he's that calm that he can make me calm, so I reached back out to him.
So is it you instigating all the communication, or does he reach back? Does he start?
He reached back as well.
Okay. Now you have to figure, as I said, the media can be horrific in some cases, and I told you not to read or pay attention to the news.
No.
And I know for a fact that in one of the newspapers that the angle that's being portrayed right now is that this was a drug, that you guys were not a random but a targeted residence because of drug-related activity. You and your family were engaged in drug-related activity. Now, is it possible that Danny, that you are being mistaken somehow as being involved in his life in that angle of things?
Well, I haven't been around his life for a while, like going out with him. But I wouldn't say it's completely out of the question, but I don't go around with him when he's doing that kind of stuff. I don't like it, and I refuse to be a part of that.
And now what do you say about the comment about Christine and the running?
I kind of took a blind eye to that, I guess.
But is it your understanding that she may be not only part of it, but linking him to the people involved in this activity?
In Because, like I told you, he gives me that answer, and I kind of take a blind eye. But if I were to tell you what I thought of what was that, I would think that she also has her own thing going.
Her own business. Does she work for a living?
What I know of her is that I think he mentioned that she worked at No Frills, but it wasn't like she didn't work often. Like, I think he mentioned that she doesn't have a job once, but I know she worked for No Frills. I don't know if she still does.
Which No Frills, do you know?
Unfortunately, I'm not sure.
Do you know what area of town or where she lives?
She lives at Midland and Steeles.
At Midland and Steeles?
Yes.
On the Markham or Scarborough side?
On the Scarborough side.
On the Scarborough side. And Christine, you don't know her last name?
Felipe.
Felipe? What's that? What nationality is she?
Filipino.
Filipino. And how old is Christine?
I only know she's older than me. I'm not sure if she's his age or older. I'm not sure.
Did he ever say where he met her?
We all went to the same high school, and they also we all went to the same high school.
What school was that?
Mary Ward.
Mary Ward?
Yes.
Now, how would you feel if, like Daniel is the one who's through whatever activity that he's engaged in, and you've been around but not necessarily having an understanding because you're seen with him, that he's brought this back to you? I don't know if that's in fact happened. I'm trying to find a rhyme or reason for why your house was targeted. I'm still trying to figure out how they got in your house. Like, you didn't hear a doorbell, you didn't hear a door knock, you didn't hear a door kicked in, you didn't.
I said I was watching TV on the phone. I don't know how.
Yeah, I know. We went over that back and forth. We don't know how. So somehow they got into your house by getting through your mom down on the lower level, right? Because she's the only one who's down there.
She was the only one down there.
So it's very confusing. We do have surveillance cameras from the area, right? That explain that. Well, hopefully, but that's still in work in progress. But generally, random events are not, in most cases, random. There's a rhyme or reason why they've come to your house. But from what you've told me inside the house, the only thing that you hear them saying to you is they're looking for money. They're not looking for a specific quantity of money?
No.
Do you ever hear number one telling number three about the quantity of money that he's recovered?
No. I don't hear that.
All the comment you hear from number one really is it's time to go. We've been here too long. We've been here too long.
Yes. And number three was the one that says was my father, and what I heard from him was basically, "Where's more? You're lying."
So you're telling me that you had no involvement in what happened, meaning not saying how the outcome came, but you had no involvement in any type of illegal activity that would have drawn you or the attention of you to have bad people come to your house looking for large sums of money. You're not involved in this any which way. Because the question obviously stands, Jennifer, is you're upstairs and they're downstairs. Right? So it's a natural concern why would they leave you alone? Why would they not do the same to you? You can't answer that question?
The only thing I can say is he said I cooperated. But I asked him to take me.
The number one guy said you cooperated. Okay. There's no you had no threats. And again, we're back to the fact that you admittedly lied. Okay, not to me, right?
No.
Not to me.
No.
You admittedly lied. You've lied to your parents, right? About going to school. You've lied to Daniel about being raped and about receiving a bullet. Who's to say this whole thing isn't a lie? That what you're telling me is a lie? Because if you are lying, it's the most cold-blooded thing that I have ever faced in my life. There is nothing that you've said to me today is a lie. And I want to just put a little preamble. Nothing in here that you might have mistaken because of order of events. I'm saying to you right now, is there anything throughout the course of your statement today where you've lied to me? From your interaction with Daniel, from your I'm not involved in drugs and I don't have anything to do with them and we don't have large sums of money? What about life insurance policies? Do your parents have life insurance policies?
I think I don't know.
You don't
I know they had a I have one of myself.
Yes.
And my mom they used to have one for me when I was younger.
Okay.
But half of that went to education, half went to life insurance. And when they found out I didn't go to university, they asked for the money back.
So hang on a second here. You told me that they never knew you didn't go to university. When did they find out that you didn't go to university?
I told them that I graduated, but I never went to university. That I went for 2 years, but I never finished.
Okay. And they wanted the money back as a result of that?
Yes.
So you did actually tell your parents somewhat of the truth that you never went to university, but it's half-truths.
Yes.
So, back to this line is where we're talking about the fact that of the lying, right? Is that it's
I don't deal with the drugs. I don't associate with that.
Okay.
I don't.
Now, back to another very difficult question, but if I don't ask it, I'm going to be. It's an obvious one. The resentment that you may have had towards your parents for the interference in your relationship and your life, and essentially locking you down in your house.
At the end of the day, I love my parents, and I chose to be with them. And if I wanted to, I could have just left, but I didn't. I wanted to stay with them and take care of them.
So this wasn't some evil plot that you thought up to...
Oh my God, no.
No interaction, no belief, you didn't have anything to do with this thing at all, whatsoever.
No.
You don't engage in illegal activity?
No.
Because you know that it will be a very easy thing to discredit you on, right? We're in the process of trying to add credibility to what you tell us, and that's through the process of asking people and doing whatever. Through that same process, it will be very easy to find the flaws in what you've said, which again then turns the focus back to you. Okay?
I don't...
It's a natural progress. It's a natural thing that investigators do. We eliminate people, or we draw our attention to them. It's a natural thing. It's not brain surgery. Okay? What did you talk to Michelle about? Did you talk to Michelle last night? Or the day before? That you were about talking to the police?
I just asked her how she was feeling because she was nervous.
And what did you tell her?
Just tell the truth. Tell you what you know.
And the threats that you say that you've received, the threats that you've talked about, are the same threats that you're mentioning from the text messaging. They're not really... Did you receive any life-threatening, or are they basically to stay away from
Just the email saying, the messages saying, stay away.
From Danny.
Yes.
Okay, I heard a knock on the door. Bear with me. Okay, we're done, essentially. How you feeling?
Sorry, you really scared me.
Did I? What did I scare you about? Sit down and take a load off. Tell me how you're feeling, and how I scared you. I don't want you walking away from here thinking I'm evil. I want you to walking around from here thinking that this guy is helping investigate my mom's murder, and he's going to turn over every stone possible to make sure that we catch the people who do that. That's what I want you feeling. So I don't want you walking away from here thinking that I scared you, or I'm a bad man. Sometimes we have to ask very, very difficult questions, but it's my job. Okay? And you would expect that from me. And you're not the only person that we're asking this stuff of, right? But you're the most obvious person that we have to ask this stuff to. And it's just the way we operate. It's the way we have to operate. It's a tough job to deal with someone's murder, and there's some very bad people, and there's some very tough questions that need to be asked. So you have to. I hope you understand that.
I understand that. It's hard to take.
Have you lied to me?
No.
No? You haven't lied to me about anything?
I said whatever I could to help.
Okay. So, if you've always told the truth will never hurt you. It may get you into a bit of trouble, right? The truth can get you into trouble if you've done some things wrong. But generally, in most cases, if you tell the truth, you'll always be fine. So, that's the avenue. That's the avenue you have to think about. And what I never do anything wrong if I tell the truth. And if I've said some things that are lies, or I've held something back because I think it might hurt me, those are the things that will cause people to look at you more intently. Because the question is why would that person do that to me? They've got something to hide, right? So, the fact that you've lied to your parents over a long period of time, the fact that you've lied to Daniel about those other two events, those are disturbing. Right? But I don't live in your shoes, and I would never judge you on that fact, but from an outsider looking in, to have to live under those conditions, to have to lie continually, you're going to ask the question why. And if that's the way that you have to live, that's the way you have to live. But people will judge you on your lying. Right? So is there anything else that you can think of that might help us?
There was this one person who added me on Facebook. And I found it weird that he had added me out of nowhere. And I had looked in common friends and saw that he was friends with this girl, that girl Christine. When I spoke to Daniel about it, I don't know if he told her or not, but I asked him, is she just casual friends with him, or is she good friends with him? And the day after I asked him this, they were no longer friends on Facebook.
Who is this guy? What did he look like?
Casey Law. I've never met him. Apparently went to high school as well, but I don't recall ever meeting him. And he kept asking me questions that I don't know if it's just his personality, but he asked me questions that I thought were too abrupt to ask someone you just met.
Like what? Give me an example.
He asked if I had a boyfriend, and if I was looking for a boyfriend, and if I engaged in sex, and things like that.
So that's the kind of question he was, provoking you. Casey Law? And did you recognize the name from school?
Recognizable, but again, I don't remember ever even having a conversation with him.
And so he said he went to your school?
Yeah, but he was older than me.
He's older than you. And what does he look like?
Chinese guy.
Yeah.
When I talked to him, he said that he was working like security.
Okay. So that's on things that strange things that have happened to you recently. That's it that you can think of, is that one, and plus obviously the stuff that was going on with Christine and the ghost messages that you were receiving, right? From these were numbers that didn't exist, or they didn't have any.
No, it was blocked.
Blocked numbers.
And when I called Rogers, they said that's not possible.
For a text message to come in with a blocked number?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know that everything you've told us has been under oath.
Yes.
You know that part of our job is to go back and look at what you've told us to try and match up to the reality of what we have, evidence that we have, right? You said you said essentially nothing. You didn't really change much from your first statement to your second statement, right? You've explained more. We've covered off more. But is there anything in this course of these that you think you want to change?
You made me like now. I feel like I've said something wrong.
You have not. I don't know if you said. You have, to me. You've said,
No. I've said everything that I know that is true.
Yeah, and I'm asking you is if, from reflecting on what you've told me today, which is fairly consistent with the first statement. It's just there's more detail now. Is there anything in there from what you've been going down and what you think? It should be right on the tip of your tongue. If you want to change something, it would be like, you know what, I said this and I really meant this. It's not something you've missed. It's something that you knowingly have said that you want to change, that you know was wrong or could be taken wrong.
Okay, well, first thing, the school thing.
Yes?
I didn't go to university, but I told my parents that I went for a few years. Right?
How long
Just
ago
to
did you
clarify.
how long did you tell them that? How long ago did they find out?
I told them everything when I was seeing Daniel, and that I told them I only went partial school.
Okay.
And I told them all.
And
all
when was that? What year was that? How long ago?
A year and a half ago.
So is this when the ultimatum come down? Is that at that point in time?
The ultimatum came about there's always been ultimatums. Like, they always gave me a second.
But the one that you made the choice where you were at, because you say that was about a year and a half ago too, is that part of when you came clean to a certain extent? You say you came clean. Coming clean would be mom and dad.
No, I didn't
never
come
went
clean,
to.
but I came, like, when I said what they know.
And that was a year and a half ago.
Yes.
Okay. So there's one that we've clarified. Is there anything else that you can think of?
Is there anything that, like, everything I said is what I said.
That's
like,
all.
That's all I know.
Yeah, you
but
can't.
you're just
I
making
know
me feel like
you're
I'm.
looking at me for me to try and tell you what I think you said was wrong. I don't know. I'm telling you that I've heard everything that you've had to say. I don't have this miraculous TV ability that says I can pull out a chunk of this and say to you, that portion's wrong. I can tell you from what you've told us, we're going to compare it with all the evidence we have and see how consistent it is. There's no way you're expected to be 100%. It's impossible. Okay? Eyewitnesses for every event we know don't have the ability to recall everything. So that's why we ask you do to the best of your ability. My concern lies in the fact of your lying. Okay? You've come clean. You've never lied to me before, right? I've never met you to be a liar, but the fact is that you've lied about stuff to Daniel. You've lied to your parents. So, could you be lying to me?
I can't.
Why couldn't you be lying to me?
Because you're scaring me.
Doesn't mean that you couldn't be lying to me, right? I don't know you. I've known you now for probably 5 hours intermittent. I hope you're not lying to me, right? That's all I can hope for. But the fact of the matter is that those three things are sitting there saying, you know, like, you have the ability to trick your parents for a long period of time.
They just weren't in tune with what I was doing.
Very explainable, and I also I wasn't living where you are, right? And I'm not going to prejudge you because people do what they need to do to survive. So it could very easily be justified as a survival mechanism. This is the best avenue that you sought, and you were stuck in it. Okay? But the fact is that my job is trying to get the root of a very serious crime, and I have to explore every avenue that we possibly can. So I'm going to do everything in my power to either prove us as our police agency, prove or disprove what you've told us. The more we prove or can corroborate, the more credibility you have as a witness. Okay? That's going to happen. We may even ask you to come back again. Again, it will be you will not be explaining what happened in a grand scheme of things, because you've done that up and down and backwards. It may be for points of clarification, okay? Because again, we're going to be going and likely speaking to some of your friends and your relatives, and it's just points of clarification. It may not happen. It may, I'm only saying that it may. I told you I didn't want to do the 5 and 6 and 7 interviews with you. Well, after today, that's not going to happen. But we may be contacting you to help us for some other points that we come across. Okay? Again, it goes back to your credibility. But no one's going to sit you down and crank you through the events unless you were involved in it. Right? And then all promises everything comes off. If you had some involvement in this, then I'm just saying all the rules. If you didn't have anything to do with this, and you're telling me the truth, then we may be calling you to add, is this true what this person's saying that this way? And we may be asking you points like that. Okay? You're our only link. You're it. Until your dad is back and being able to be spoken to, right now you're our only link to this case. So we may rely on you heavily until we can speak to your father. Okay? So don't be afraid. If you've told the truth, the last thing you should be afraid of is anything. If you've told the truth and you've been truthful through this whole process, then you're helping. You're doing your part. Okay? And don't be afraid of me.
I'm just afraid because, I know everything is just all pointing negatively right now, and I don't understand why.
It's not all pointing negatively.
And
you know what? You're misunderstanding things, that you're thinking it's all negatively pointing anywhere. It's not pointing anywhere right now. We are still gathering and gathering and gathering. There is no direction there's nothing. You are not a suspect in this investigation. Okay? You're a witness and a victim of a crime.
I know, but I feel that, the way you're speaking to me, it's kind of like, I know you said that you had to say those things, but it's here, and I've already said it to the special victims yesterday, but there's ideas in my head.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid to say it out loud. but
Ideas about speculation of what happened? How it happened?
ideas of why wasn't I there?
It's you that psychologically is an issue that you need to straighten out with counseling. Okay? For you to speculate into the investigation as to why you weren't there, unless it's standing out. I believe you said in your opinion is that
They said I cooperated.
you cooperated, right? And in a case that makes no sense, that could be the only sense that we get out of the investigation, is that strange things happen, right? Strange things happen. So, yeah, unfortunately, at times some of us have to point the finger, or seem like we're pointing the finger, and it really is just to provoke you to see what you're going to do, how you're going to respond. Okay? So, it's only a question, and it's been answered, and if you've been truthful, okay, you have nothing to fear. Absolutely nothing. Okay? What do you want to say?
That I got a phone call once, and like I said earlier, I don't know if it was like zoned in, but they said that they can make everything disappear, and that's what I'm afraid of. Because you're asking me all these questions and I'm answering them truthfully, but I'm afraid that I can't answer them for you.
Well, there's some, the technology exists, there is some technology out there, I'm sure, that can make things disappear, and I know that not everything is captured. So, we go back to interviewing someone else who may say, yeah, well, she told me about this, and or I had similar things. So there's other ways around it. This case isn't going to hinge on small inconsistencies. Right? It's not going to hinge on small.
It's not the inconsistency. I'm afraid of what is out there. Because you shine a light that it could have been because of what he's involved in.
Is it not a possibility?
I know, like, you have given me that,
mm-hmm.
And with that, I'm just like, I'm scared because it could be anybody out there.
Right now, it could be anyone. And that's the reality of it. Right? We're at the same position as you as speculating as to theories and reasons why. And you can't be confined in your theories, because, if you're sitting here looking like this, at a small with the blinders on, that this is, it's like this. We got to think at every possible way that that this crime could have been happening. And, saying that it could have been Daniel, yeah, it could have been Daniel. Could have been a random act. Yeah, it could have been a random. Could they have been targeted because of something did? Yeah, it could have been. We've got to explore them all. And then try and figure out which one, through motive and opportunity and means, was likely to have occurred. And hopefully we start to focus down on suspects. But right now, there's no fingers being directed at anyone.
It's just I feel...
That's what you're meant to feel. Okay? That's what you're meant to feel. But there's nothing right now other than what you told me about the changing, where you fixed it at the end about your parents'
I just wanted
name.
to clarify that. Yeah.
Okay. So is there anything else?
Not off the top of my head.
So we're back to this last question that comes back to is there anything else I should know to understand your statement fully? And that's, again, is that this is where you'll drop in that I took 5 hits of acid before you're not on drugs, you're not taking liquor, you're not taking any medication, you voluntarily gave this statement, and you did it having a full understanding of what you've told me? Yes?
Yes.
November 12th. Han comes out of his coma. Jennifer was not allowed to be near him without someone watching over her shoulder. To quote Jennifer, "Not only was my father in the hospital, but there was always supervision. I couldn't speak to him alone." She was not allowed to see him or meet with him privately until she completed the police interviews. Han's family were overjoyed when he came to. He was emotional in his own right. Jennifer was also emotional, though not for the same reasons. She began seeing a therapist who worked for the hospital. Her unsettled emotional state wasn't motivated by the loss of her mother, nor did it have to do with the fact that her father almost lost his life. Her turmoil was more self-centered. It was all about how the situation was affecting her. The case was receiving significant media coverage, and she was concerned about how she was being portrayed in the press. It makes sense considering that she had many secrets to keep, secrets that would prove to be highly damaging in the days to come. Han was in stable condition. He wasn't out of the woods yet, though. There was still a bullet lodged in his neck, and it caused him a great deal of pain. A support device was used to prop him up in bed. At this time, he was unable to speak. He could only breathe through his mouth with an apparatus fixed around his lips. There were still bullet fragments in his face, which the surgeons were not able to completely remove by this point. To quote Han from one of his statements in court, "My neck was very painful. My eyes were droopy because I was shot in the face. My neck bone shattered." Han didn't have much time to grieve over the loss of his wife or to spend time with his relatives before the police started an interview. Before they arrived, his family filled him in on some details about what occurred since the murder. They mentioned that when Jennifer made a phone call to a friend at the hospital, she wouldn't use a relative's cell phone. She insisted on using a payphone. Han was interviewed by detectives Marco Napoleoni and David McDonald. They questioned him about what happened that night. Han told them that 2 black men and 1 white man broke into the house. He said they were all tall, with one being about 6 feet. They were wearing turtlenecks. He told them their clothing was black in color and that there appeared to be brown splotches on it. After describing the suspects, he revealed an important new detail about how the incident impacted Jennifer. He said that while he and Bick were being terrorized under threat of gunfire, Jennifer was comfortable and freely moving around the house. In fact, the implication was clear that he considered Jennifer to be the prime suspect in this crime. He concluded by saying, "Use your police tactics to find out who did this." Han told his family that he didn't want to see Jennifer. She went to see him anyway on November 13th, after his second day of police interviews. She was free of supervision at this time. Han didn't accuse her to her face, but he did ask her if Daniel was behind the murder. Her response, "I don't know 100%, but I don't think he was." She later told police why she thought Han suspected Daniel. "He thinks that we still talk, and Daniel will go to any length to be with me. I think Daniel has moved on, so I don't think he'd go to any lengths to be with me. I don't think he knows anyone who could do this." He asked her if it was Daniel she called from the payphone after she discovered Han was to survive. Jennifer said she did call him, but only to share the good news. A prosecuting attorney later contended that she made the call without her cell phone, which was monitored by police, because she wanted to warn Daniel that their plan was coming apart. She claimed the phone was dead. The records showed that she used her cell phone soon before and after the payphone call. Her next move at Han's bedside was to ask him for $1,200. She claimed it was for tuition. That day, Detective Bill Cordis officially designated Jennifer a suspect. Han's family were all suspicious of her. Her uncle Juan confronted her and even threatened to call the police to report his suspicions. He knew the police wanted to speak with her again, and he wants her to do exactly that. She resists this, stating that she has to organize the funerals of her mother and her grandfather. Juan later notified the police that Jennifer told him she survived the attack because the men liked her. Jennifer noted the point at which her paternal relatives turned away from her. "My family, on my dad's side, who were never really a part of my life, became a part of my life. But then suddenly I felt that they started pulling away again." November 15th. Jennifer attends her mother's funeral. She complained about how her father left her to organize it by herself. Due to the condition of his health, Han could not attend. Police attended the funeral both to pay their respects to Bick, but also to observe Jennifer. They took note of her behavior. To quote one officer, "She's up there rubbing her eyes, then looking at us, then rubbing her eyes again, but never crying." To quote one officer, "She's up there rubbing her eyes, then looking up at us, then rubbing her eyes again, but never crying." That funeral really got to me. Don't be looking at us when you're paying respects to your mom, who was just killed. Jennifer's former piano teacher also noticed that Jennifer bowed her head as if to cry, but there were no tears. Jennifer complained about how she had to fend for herself after her brother Felix returned to school to write his exams. She was quick to gripe about how disappointed she was in her father for not attending Bick's funeral. The world didn't start and stop at Jennifer's convenience, and she was perturbed. November 17th. Surgeons removed some of the bullet fragments from Han's face. They sealed them in a bag and sent them to Canada's Centre of Forensic Sciences in Toronto for analysis. November 22nd, 3 days after Bick's funeral, Jennifer received a call from her victim services liaison. They informed her that she was required to speak with the police once again. Jennifer was resistant, but she was overruled. She was told there really was no other option. To quote Jennifer, "I had family over. I was grieving. There was so much going on. I wasn't mentally prepared. I had just buried my mother, and I thought they could just give me a day. She insisted it was important that I come in." November 22nd, 2 p.m. Jennifer is interrogated by Detective Bill Gates. He took a different approach than the detectives. Gates is not a homicide investigator. He is a seasoned interrogator and polygraph expert. He was blunt with Jennifer and highly resistant to any efforts to manipulate him. Given his experience and expertise, this would have been nearly impossible. The quality of the audio from that interview is very poor, with Jennifer being difficult to hear. These are some highlights from that interview. Jennifer intimated that there wasn't much time during her teenage years for anything other than school, competitive figure skating, and piano lessons. Her parents frequently compared her to her classmates, teammates, and cousins, which had a negative effect on her. Gates suggested that Jennifer never considered herself to be as intelligent as Han and Bick presumed. Jennifer agreed. She said that she was under so much pressure from her parents to succeed academically that she would often forge her report cards, since she was a mediocre student. This continued after high school, with her lying about being enrolled at post-secondary institutions and her achievements therein. Not only did she forge report cards, but she did the same with student loans. To quote Jennifer, "When my parents asked for something, I would try to make a document for them. It was really hard. I wanted to tell them, but it's just, they always looked down in disappointment." She commented on the emotional fallout of her breakup with Daniel. "He was the person who filled an empty void. So when we broke up, I felt that a part of me was missing." During the time she returned to her parents' home and faced the new restrictions, including the 9 p.m. curfew, her mental health took a hit. To quote Jennifer, "I cut myself on my wrist. I had to hide it, so never twice in the same spot." She also admitted to Gates that she wanted to commit suicide. She was also stressed by the fact that the role of mediator fell upon her when her parents didn't get along. She said they didn't have much of a relationship at that point. Gates advised her of what she was up against, should she decide to deliberately deceive the police. To quote Gates, "We have computer programs. We feed everything into the computer, and it analyzes what a person has said. It will tell us where the areas of deception are, areas of concern, and areas that are flat out not truthful. You come back with a result that says, 'Not possible.' Do you watch CSI at all? Jennifer said. A little. Gates said, "The police are going over that house with a fine-tooth comb. They're going over every hair fiber, every skin cell, every bit of blood. You know what DNA is, right? A person cannot go in or out of anywhere without leaving a part of themselves behind. Your doorknob is very important. We're looking for who was the last one who touched that door lock. We would get fingerprints of one person locking it and then overlapped by the person that unlocked it. We have to reach out to modern technology. So another thing we utilize is satellites. The satellite is a 24-hour video that's going on. It's recording information. The military uses it for precision bombing. We're able to go back and review that. It's like an X-ray. We're able to tell, are the people in the positions that the witness is telling us they were in, or are they different? Another thing we could do is talk to a lot of people. We don't leave any rock unturned. You've heard of Crime Stoppers, right? When you get a case like this, people want to help. It's in the papers. It's everywhere. So people end up coming to us to help us out with the case. 3 people are inside the house. Somebody always tells somebody else. Suddenly we get people calling in. They want to help. You don't know how many people call in on their friends. They want that money. They get greedy. Nothing surprises me in this job. I am well aware that anyone on this earth is capable of making a mistake. I don't care if they're a priest or a school teacher. One thing that you have to remember is that your dad was there, and your dad had a front row seat to all of this. Your dad's a very smart man, and he has a very clear perception of what's going on. A lot of the things you told the police didn't happen. It doesn't match at all. Gates accuses Jennifer of falsifying her description of suspect number 1. He then took the tack of presumption of guilt. We know that you were involved, but we also know that you're a good person that's made a mistake here. You got involved with the wrong people. You don't want to keep living this lie. Everyone knows, and you're getting that feeling. Nobody is surprised here. You were a prisoner in your own house. You were living someone else's expectations. No matter how much they love you, they're taking away Jen. The Jen that just wanted to be a piano teacher. Why is that not good enough? Why not just be a lab technician? Why a doctor? Why does it always have to be something bigger? The tension built up to a point. It's like an animal that gets cornered. At some point, even the nicest dog, when it's cornered, bites back. It's called self-preservation. 18 months ago, you chose your family over Daniel, but you gave up Jen. Jen was in a state of depression, backed into a corner. Why you froze there on your bed was because the plan was in motion. There was no turning back. And I know right now you wish you could turn it back, right? It was a form of abuse. You can't do that to a person. This is Canada. We're in the 21st century here. It's like your dad fixing everybody else's home but not his own. It's the same with you. He was trying to make a future for you bigger than it should have been. In the process of his love for you, he made the mistake of actually pushing you away. All his good intentions went the other way. The good thing is that you didn't shoot anyone here. You couldn't do that. You're not that kind of person, right? You're involved in this. I know that. There's no question about it. The only question right now is, are you going to keep making mistakes? It was just before the 3-hour mark when Jennifer began to buckle under the pressure. She mumbled something that Gates could not hear. He asked her to repeat it loud enough to be registered on audio. What happens to me? Gates said, I don't know the details, so I can't even say. We're going to have to deal with this one step at a time. You've got to be honest with me, and then you and I are going to work through this together. But I need to hear it. Jennifer said, I wanted it to stop. Gates, I know you did, but once they came in, you couldn't stop it, could you? Jennifer, I didn't know who they were. Gates, are you sorry for what happened? Do you wish you could take it back? Jennifer, yes. Gates, that's good. That's positive. You wish it didn't happen. I know this has been hell for you. All you were looking for is a break, a chance to be on your own, to make your own decisions. How did it start? What was your plan? We know you were involved from the start. Over 300 kids in North America every year are involved in their parents' deaths. And when we look into those cases, there's always a common factor. In those cases, those kids had to live up to expectations. The house rules were just so out of whack. Jennifer, if I could have stopped it, I would have stopped it. After Jennifer mumbled something inaudible to Gates, he asked her, "They were supposed to take you... Why? They were supposed to take the whole family out?" Jennifer said in a petulant tone, "No, just me, because I didn't want to be here anymore. I'm such a disappointment." Gates, "It wasn't supposed to be Mom. Is that what you're telling me? What about your dad?" Jennifer, "It was supposed to be me, so they could be free from me. I was a disappointment in everything. Even when I tried suicide, I failed." Gates, "Who did you get to do this then?" Jennifer, "I don't know who he is. I just got his number. The order was, come in and take me out. They'd know it was me because I was the only girl in the house." Jennifer went on to say that a man identified as Homeboy was hired for the job. The price tag on Han and Bix's lives was to be $1,000 each. Gates asked her why she would ever want to engage in such a crazy scheme. She said she came up with the idea after her father accused her of seeing Daniel again, even though she wasn't. She said soon before the invasions, she received a text from one of the assailants that said, "Game on." Gates said, "What you've just told me is half the truth. What I do believe is that you went to somebody, and I do believe that night you paid them the $2,000. That's the true part. But what's not true is that it was never for you. The job was for your parents." Jennifer said that after she received the text, she checked to make sure the front door was unlocked. Gates, "Your dad wasn't supposed to live, but when he did live, he was able to tell us what happened that night, which is in conflict with what you told us. This is how you deal with stress. You give half and you keep half. That's your stress mechanism. That's what you've been trained to do. No one thinks bad of you here. Everybody in this police department feels sorry for you. Basically, it's like a volcano, and at one point, it was just too much, and you erupted." Jennifer, "Is that what you want me to say? But that's not what happened." Gates kept pushing her on this point, but she wouldn't budge. She said, "After 45 minutes, this is not going to go anywhere because I wanted them to kill me." Gates left the room to consult with a few of his colleagues. When he returned, he said to Jennifer, "I need you to listen close, okay, Jen? At this point of the investigation, I will be arresting you for murder, also attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Do you understand?" Jennifer bowed her head and began to cry. She covered her ears. Gates said, "You have to listen, so can you take your hands off your ears?" Having been duped by his good cop, bad cop routine, Jennifer said, "I thought you were on my side." One of the suspects of the invasion and murder was Eric Carty. He had been a resident of the Toronto West End neighborhood Rexdale, which is notorious for its high crime rate. He once went to prison for attempted murder and had been involved in drug trafficking. Suspect 2 was Lenford Crawford. He was born in Jamaica and was sent to live with his father in Canada, as his mother assumed he would benefit from the educational and vocational opportunities. Though he would find work as a mechanic and factory worker, he supplemented his income by selling marijuana. He met Eric Carty through the drug trade. Suspect 3 was David Milveganam. In the past, David had been an arms dealer. Eventually, all three became involved in partnership with Daniel Wong in the drug trade. Daniel Wong would profit the least, as the others capitalized from his connections and clientele. They sold higher quality product, invested more money, and devoted more time to the endeavor. November 23rd, the police held a press conference. Chief Armand Labarge announced that Han Pan was being held at an undisclosed location and that he had spoken with police. Sergeant Larry Wilson admitted that the focus of the investigation shifted in Jennifer's direction after he interviewed Han. The officers did not disclose the nature of the motive. Han provided the most detailed descriptions of the perpetrators. Journalists learned from relatives who chose to stay anonymous that Jennifer was living with her parents and did not work. Also, Jennifer was charged with first-degree murder, which implied that some planning and deliberation occurred between herself and the assailants. The news of Jennifer's arrest received extensive coverage in the media, not just in the Greater Toronto Area, but across Ontario and Canada. The other suspects in the crime were anxious to keep a low profile and conduct their criminal activities with more discretion than usual. This presented the hardest part of prosecuting this crime. The doers of the dirty work would not be as easily apprehended. Police discovered that Daniel Wong was deceptive when he said that he no longer communicated with Jennifer. They exchanged several text messages soon before and after the invasion. Police traced numbers that were called by Jennifer on her phone, but many of them were placed to numbers assigned to what were referred to on the street as burners. Burners are single-use, throwaway cell phones that are used by criminals on a short-term basis to conduct business. Even on these phones, criminals tend to speak cryptically, using code language to conceal the nature of their activities. November 29th. Detective Al Cook interviews Andrew Montemayor. When asked if he spoke to Jennifer on November 8th, he denied having done so. Cook presented him with the printed transcripts of text messages that were sent between them that day. Cook says to him, "These are all the text messages. This is for November 8th. All these pages. How do you explain that if you didn't talk to her that day? You texted her almost 100 times. 7 pages of texts. This is the day her mother was shot and killed, and you're texting her at that time. That concerns me, Andrew. You knew sooner or later Jennifer was going to get arrested, and she's sitting in that chair. She's going to tell us everything that happened, who she was talking to, and how this thing came about." According to the records, Andrew and Jennifer texted each other on the day in question between 4:30 p.m. and 10:26 p.m. There were 87 texts in total and 4 voice calls. Realizing he was backed into a corner, Andrew sees that there is no alternative but to tell the truth. He told Cook that Jennifer called him that day to complain about how fed up she was with her parents' draconian rules. She felt like she was under house arrest. Jennifer said she was really pissed at them and wanted to leave. She told Andrew she planned a home invasion that would take place at her parents' house that night, but she orchestrated it to look more like a robbery. She told him the men would demand money from her parents and shoot them. They were to tie Jennifer up to add an air of legitimacy, but she was not to be harmed. She said it would involve 2 people breaking through the door. It would begin after she received a text. Andrew assumed initially that she was crazy, angry, or kidding, but he said she wasn't laughing. She sounded serious. He told her it was up to her to decide what to do. As for the other material covered in the texts, he said they referred to his crush on Jennifer and the stress he experienced at work. It gets worse. He and Jennifer approached him in the spring of 2010 about having her parents murdered. She was angry with him for not trusting her and for making her feel house arrested. She said she wanted them killed, offed, taken care of, and she asked him if he could find a way to make it happen. Jennifer wrote letters to friends from jail. In December, she wrote a letter to Daniel. A quote from that letter: "I talked to Ed, Pacificador, and he said he is talking to the cops again. I am nervous about that. He now doubts me as well. Adrian Timkowitz is talking to them now, so he will probably be leaving my side as well. Why do they want to take all that I have left in this world? I am not sure I'm going to be okay. I am one voice, muffled in a crowd of screams." Though Andrew's statements solidify the case against Jennifer, it didn't help the police to close down on the assailants. TELUS is one of Canada's major telecom companies, and one of the invaders used a cell phone with TELUS as its provider. Until this point, TELUS only stored text messages for 30 days. They dispensed with this restriction. The records were received on December 17th. To quote Detective Bill Cordes, "I remember that day clearly. It was like an early Christmas present." The trail led to David Milvaganam, and he soon became aware that he was a person of interest. January 6th, Han Pan went to York Regional Police's Markham detachment. A photo lineup was prepared. The first 4 of the 12 photos aroused no recognition. He hesitated on the 5th. He said, I think maybe this guy. Maybe. Because long time, right? I can see him only 10 minutes without glasses. I'm not 100%. I did not confirm 100%, but it very much like the person who held me. The man in the photo was David Milvaganam. A burner phone that was in contact with Jennifer's cell was determined to belong to David. 2 days before, a man named Ricardo Duncan was interviewed by police. He had been an associate of Jennifer's in the past. Though he was cleared as a suspect in the invasion, he told a revealing story involving Jennifer. He met her in spring of 2010. Rick said that when he met Jennifer at a coffee shop in Scarborough, the eastern borough of Toronto, she was very emotional. She told him she resented her parents. She was angry about the restrictions they placed on her life, and that she felt trapped. She met with Rick twice. One of the meetings, she asked Rick to kill her parents. When he realized she was serious, he decided to cut off all contact with her, and he never spoke to her again. Forensics determined that the bullets fired into Bick and Han were fired from the same gun. The problem was, they still didn't know who owned the gun and who fired it. When police finally secured records from cell towers, they discovered that David Milvaganam's phone covered a path across Highway 401, which passes across the northernmost part of Toronto. It was traced at 9:30 p.m. It then headed northbound up Highway 404 toward Richmond Hill and Markham. While heading in this direction, the caller contacted Lenford Crawford at 9:45 p.m. immediately after calling Jennifer Pan's iPhone at 9:34 p.m. One detective noticed that just before this car passes the Han house, a light in Han's study was turned on. The time was 10:02 p.m. The light was on for 1 minute and 20 seconds and was then switched off. The car parked a few houses down. A call came into Jennifer's phone from David Milvaganam's phone. A video captured footage of these events. 3 men are seen running up to the house at 10:13 p.m. The lights upstairs were switched on at 10:15 p.m. The men were in the house for 14 minutes. One man ran out at 10:30 and the others at 10:32. They got in the car and left at 10:33. Police arrived 5 minutes after they left. March 23rd, 9:30 a.m. Daniel Wong is interviewed by Detective Cook. He constantly contradicts himself and backpedals. He admitted that Jennifer asked him to kill her parents, but he told her he wanted nothing to do with it. David Milvaganam was tracked down in Jane Finch Mall in Toronto. He was charged with first-degree murder. Daniel Wong was taken into custody in view of his colleagues at Boston Pizza on April 26, 2011. He was charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and attempted murder. May 4th, Lenford Crawford is arrested while smoking a joint in the driveway of his girlfriend's home in Brampton. He was charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder. All arrests and charges have been made. The case was to go to trial in 2013. During the trial, crime reporter Rosie DiMano wrote the following for the Toronto Star newspaper. All this horror, a mother shot in the head. Her final words a plea that her daughter be spared. A father shot through the eye who miraculously survived his grievous wounds. For the obsessive love of a man who did not love her back. What was Jennifer Pan envisioning? That maybe murder would bind them together forever, be their troth of romantic reconciliation. In their wake lies ruin. After emerging from a coma, it was his hospital bed account to police of that violent night at the family's Markham home that turned the tide of the investigation, transforming his daughter from a deeply pitied survivor. How tearfully she'd mourned at her mother's funeral, ravaged face captured by media cameras, to unimaginably wicked murderer. The recording of the 911 call was played in court. One witness commented on the effect it had on the attendees. We weren't expecting it to start when it did. It was very emotional. So some people, they weren't mentally prepared. It was a great opening from the Crown's perspective, but some people had issues with it. It hit them really hard. There were tears and shock. Hearing Han screaming in the background, that affected people quite profoundly. The Canadian equivalent of a district attorney is the Crown Attorney. This is from Assistant Crown Attorney Jennifer Halasian's opening statement. On Monday, November 8th, 2010, just after 10 o'clock at night, 3 men entered the Pan home in Unionville, a quiet neighborhood in Markham. They were in the house for less than 20 minutes. Bick and Han Pan were left for dead. Bick Pan died. Han Pan miraculously did not. I'm going to talk to you this morning about our theory of what happened that night and why. Yes, this case is about murder, the planned and deliberate murder of an innocent middle-aged woman and the attempted murder of her husband in their own home on a quiet Monday night in a quiet neighborhood. Murder that was arranged and paid for by their daughter, Jennifer Pan. That woman there, she pointed at Jennifer. The woman you heard on the 911 call. But this case is also about love. Love that a girl has for a boy. An obsessive, relentless love. And what she will do to keep him. Love that a father has for his daughter and what he will do to protect her. Love that a mother has for a child and what she will do to keep her safe. Love that led to what happened in the basement of an ordinary middle-class house. In order to understand what happened on November 8th, 2010, you have to understand the history, what happened before that, the chronology of what led to that night. Think of it like a map. Jennifer Pan's father, Han Pan, will testify using a Vietnamese interpreter. He'll describe for you what he knew about their relationship and how he discovered it. He will tell you about the ultimatum he gave Jennifer Pan to either choose the family or Daniel Wong and why he gave it. You'll hear what steps he took to keep his daughter from Daniel Wong to protect her, imposing a strict curfew, wanting to know where she was if she left the house. He'll tell you why he was so opposed to the relationship, and he will tell you that in the spring of 2010, Jennifer Pan's lies started to unravel, lies that Han Pan blamed on Daniel Wong. And so Han Pan told his daughter that she will never be with Daniel Wong so long as he and his wife were alive. Jennifer Pan told police that this made her feel trapped. She deeply, bitterly resented it. It made her feel like part of herself was dead. The star witness was one of the victims of the crime, Han Pan. Lawyers dubbed the murder the ultimate betrayal, a cardinal sin, and an act so egregious it repudiated one of the founding tenets of modern Western civilization, honor thy mother and thy father. Though Han appears healthy at first glance, he noted that his mind, heart, body, and soul were traumatized by the attack. The emotional scars were sure to be long in healing. For the most part, he is stoic as he is questioned. He recounted as part of his testimony that he and Bick had fulfilled their dreams. They paid off their $600,000 house and acquired a large amount of money in savings. Both he and Bick took out $175,000 life insurance policies, with the proceeds to be split evenly between both of their children. All told, the assets to be divvied out amounted to $500,000 for each child. They even sat Jennifer and Felix down to discuss this arrangement. He recounted the lie Jennifer told Bick about her education. She told the family she was admitted to Ryerson University, and a few months after that she left the home and came back in the evening. My wife said if she kept on like that it would be hard for her, so Jennifer said she shared a room with a friend in downtown Toronto. My daughter said that to become a pharmacist, she needed to be admitted to University of Toronto, and she told me she was admitted. So many times I wanted to ask about my daughter's studying, but my wife said, "Don't interfere." Hahn also recalled an occasion when he drove Jennifer to her friend and supposed roommate Topaz's apartment. It was very dark and there was no parking spot, so she showed me the house where they lived on the 3rd floor. There was no parking spot, so I had to leave. The implication was that after he drove away, Jennifer commuted to Ajax, where she was staying with Daniel. She stayed home Thursdays and Fridays and left on Saturday afternoon. She told him she was doing volunteer work with ailing children. Bick would transfer money into her account when she requested it. Hahn was suspicious of Jennifer for years. He kept his suspicions to himself, but one day he couldn't take it anymore. To quote Hahn, "I was frustrated and concerned something was not right, because our efforts had been focused on her attending school, and she did not. And she lived with another person. My wife cried. I told Jennifer to sever that relationship and return to school. She accepted and said she would return to school." He related what happened when Jennifer returned home. "I said, from now on you have no right to use the car and you must stay home. There was no trust in me, and I wanted my daughter to go back to school. I wanted her to have a certain level of education and a future. There are 2 options," he said to her. "You stay home and go to school. The second choice is you go with Daniel and never come back." Jennifer enrolled in classes at Centennial College in Scarborough and began attending in January 2011. 18 months after their confrontation, Hahn believed his daughter's defiance had ended. He also assumed she no longer saw Daniel. He was quoted as saying about the situation at that point, "At that moment, I saw that my family was very happy." At one point, Hahn commented on Jennifer's conduct while speaking with one of the intruders. He described her approach as like a friend, softly. He was asked by Jennifer's attorney about the ultimatum he gave her when she moved back in. Hahn said, "Any father put in that situation would have been very upset. It was in my anger that I made that statement. But it does not mean that I would not have cared about my children. I wanted solely for my daughter to have a successful future. My daughter always maintained that she wanted to be a pharmacist." When her attorney mentioned an occasion when he said to Jennifer, "When I die, you can do whatever you want," he responded by saying, "Human nature at a time when a person is angry, it's not easy to control the anger. Yes, in my anger I did state that. I was very upset because all of our efforts had been focused on her and given to her to attend school, and she did not, and she lived with another person. I told her to sever that relationship and return to school. I told Jennifer that she had to cease the relationship with Daniel Wong." Hahn was questioned and discredited when asked about small details about the night of the invasion, like what Jennifer was wearing. This did little to strengthen the defense's argument. At one point, he was questioned about Jennifer's conduct that night, which was free of the signs of trauma. He was still unable to castigate his daughter after all that happened. To quote Hahn, "My daughter, I love her. How can I say bad things about her?" Some of the jurors disapproved of this line of questioning. To quote one member of the jury, "I felt bad for him and the situation he was in. They seemed to be twisting what he had said just days after he was shot in the head. But that's their job, to get the jury to see it their way." When Jennifer took the stand, she detailed the stipulations she gave to the executioners when she made the deal for the $2,000 hit. "I didn't want it to be at any sort of family event or where my family members would be the first ones to find me," she said, explaining that it was agreed that prior to the shooting she would have the money ready to pass it over. Everyone was skeptical of Jennifer's claims, given her history of deceitful behavior. Jennifer said, I know a lot of people have already judged me. The whole world has judged me. I'm facing 25 years to life here. I understand that. My point being is, I have nothing to lie about today. Even if I get sentenced and this jury finds me guilty, at least I can rest knowing that I know my mother was never a target in my life. Never. And I know that November 8th was just a shock to everyone else as it was to me. The Crown asked her about the restrictive upbringing she faced as the daughter of Han and Bic Pan. After this line of questioning, he said, I was waiting to hear how she'd been locked in a closet, hit with a ruler, berated by her father, but there was none of that. Assistant Crown Attorney Rob Scott launched into this line of questioning. Scott, your mother is brutally murdered in your basement 20 meters below you, and what you do is go into the police station twice in the following week and lie to them. And there's only one reason you lied to the police the day after your mother is shot in the head: to keep Jennifer Pan from getting into trouble. Jennifer, I was scared to get in trouble, yes. Scott, right, because it's more important to you in your world that you stay out of trouble than the police find your mother's killers. That's your thought process. Jennifer Pan is about Jennifer Pan. Jennifer, disagree. Scott, then why don't you sacrifice yourself as the good daughter so that they can find the real killers of your mother? Jennifer, that's why I'm here. Scott, why weren't you there in November 2010? Jennifer, because I was very scared. Scott, you're not scared. You're selfish and you're greedy. Jennifer, I don't agree with that. At one point, Jennifer conceded that she masterminded a plot to shoot and kill her father, but she also said the events of that night were a mistake. After acknowledging years of deceit, she still expects the court to believe her. With a lack of DNA evidence at the crime scene, the prosecuting attorneys more often than not relied on testimony and cell phone records to discredit the assailants' responses while they testified. December 13th, 2014, the jury found the defendants guilty of first-degree murder and attempted murder. When Jennifer received her verdict, she bowed her head. According to one lawyer, she waited until the media left before she began to cry. She was allegedly shaking and crying uncontrollably. Another lawyer was quoted as saying that she later said, "They didn't even give me a chance." As usual, in Jennifer Pan's mind, the true tragedy wasn't that her mother was killed and that her father almost followed her mother to the grave. The tragedy in Jennifer's mind was that the events didn't turn out the way she wanted them to. At a press conference, Jennifer's lawyer, Paul Cooper, commented on Jennifer and her relationship to her father in the aftermath of the trial. Jennifer has no relationship with her father. She has reached out to him. For her, this has been exhausting. For everyone involved, it's been a very long time. She's absolutely devastated by the verdict. January 23rd, 2015. The maximum penalty in Canadian law for murder is 25 years with no possibility of parole. If Jennifer Pan survives her sentence, she will be released in 2036. She listened to the sentencing with her head between her knees. The judge, Justice Carrie Boswell, stated that Han and Bic did not deserve, quote, the death penalty Jennifer imposed on them. This was a business transaction. The commodity, death. The following morning, the front page of the Toronto Sun newspaper featured a photo of Jennifer Pan and bore the caption, "Daughter from Hell." Thank you for listening to Human Monsters. Bye for now.